Morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, July the 7th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator on your trading room, or in your trading room. Screen is black. I hope it's just you, dreamer. Make sure the screen is not black for everybody. All right. How's that? Now, it should start to get clearer. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys, I forgot to start the screen sharing. It should start a little bit blurry and then get clear. Are we okay now? All right, sorry about that, guys. All right, what is happening? Well, first of all, the big one this morning so far is ANVS. Now, I fully admit I just scalped this one, okay? I was waiting for a little break here at 9, what did I get in at? 9:20, and I just sort of scalped this. I have a little bit left, not much. ANVS, I got in around 9:21 and I sold at 9:50, right on 9:50 on the button. So we'll have to see what happens on this one, ANVS. Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. Sorry guys, just turning down my music a little. All right, so what else is happening? NVAX, holy smokes, look at NVAX. If I read that right, they had a $1.6 billion injection. Federal funding, is that right? $1.6 billion federal funding for NVAX, of course, for the virus play. Up $26, 33%. Didn't VXRT get bought? Or is it, or no, it's VSLR. I think it's VSLR. VSLR, I think by Run. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's Vivint Solar. They're bought by Run, or a merger with Run. So they're both up actually. Sunrun and VLSR are both up. XSPA. XSPA is actually a little earnings play. A lot of interest in this one, not because it's an earnings play, but because of what it does. But it's not really gaining any traction. CRVS. CRVS is an earnings play. I'm sorry, it's not an earnings play, it's a virus play. CRVS is a virus play. NAOV, I haven't seen this one in a long time. NAOV. So what did it get up to? Got up to 473. It's a big pullback actually. It's kind of a 2-year deal. They've got something called Pain Shield. It's through the 200-day moving average. EOLS. Found this a little bit confusing, but anyway, it seems that it's financing. It's down on a financing, 38%, big volume. EOLS. Overstock. I cannot believe the move this has had. I mean, I keep hearing about it, but look at this move it's had in 3 days. From $27 to $40. I'm going to keep an eye on this one. I know I have a kind of a bias against looking at stocks under a dollar, but I do remember what that UMRX did yesterday once it took out $1. So I'm going to keep an eye on this one if it takes out $1, VIVE. They did have some news this morning. Yeah, like FDA approval to conduct a trial. Okay, so I mean, that's the news. Yeah, the EVs are definitely light today. There's Plug. Ballard, I'm sure, is down. Solo is down. See if this is just a little rest for them, because to be sure, Tesla is not. Tesla is still just more rippage, up $27. I mean, it's only 2%, but it's up $27. Look at the after hour action it had. Flowtech, FTEK. FTEK is, are you still, yeah, it's still a little bit up, over $1. Looks like they had a multiple equipment order. No, I don't think there's any price attached to it. Anyway, a little bit of news on Flowtech. I mean, look, it's a great gap if it can maintain it. You know, I mean, it's got room up to this 260 area on the monthly chart. Absolutely not saying that's going to happen, but at least when you look at the chart, a lot of the chart resistance has been taken away now. Flowtech, did I say Fuel Tech? Sorry. You're right. Fuel Tech. CERS was, CERS was just starting to get active as I was completing my pre-market work. And another one, I mean, look at this gap. There's the high right there on that monthly chart around 807, so it's getting close to that high. It's not an all-time high, but let's see, where do we have to go to get back? Yeah, I mean, I'm back to 2014, so I mean, it's not an all-time high, but you know, that all-time high is so far, it's so long ago that who cares? But I will stick an alert around 807 for CERS. Not sure if they had any news. Yeah, intercept blood system inactivates SARS. So it is a virus play. So CERS is a virus play. MFGP is gapping down. MFGP gapping down, and I couldn't see any specific reason for it. Checking the news. Now let's take a look at the one from yesterday. See, they did the financing. Let's see how it's holding. AYRO. So it's still holding over the financing price of 475. Again, scummy what they did, but it is what it is. But it says still holding over the financing price. This is the one that got all the way up to 820, and then they announced the financing. All right, I'm just going to quickly check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. Well, there are a few upgrades and there are definitely more downgrades than upgrades. So let me just get a few of them in right now. All right, there are some of the upgrades. As I say, we have a few more downgrades and upgrades, so let me try to get some of them in right now. See if I could pick off any of them from Goldman. I see D has got a couple of downgrades. Of course, the market's going to open weaker this morning. Oh yeah, we talked about ANVS. I still have a little bit of this. This is a bit of a scalp trade for me. At the beginning, just before I open this, all right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. KMI, I don't know, actually, I'm not sure if I had if I put KMI in there. There's a downgrade from, downgrade from Goldman. And Rattler, or TLR, is a downgrade from Goldman also. And Yeti. So Yeti is a downgrade from Goldman. Just checking some of these to see what sort of action they've had in the pre-market. So those are three of them that are downgrades from Goldman. Okay, guys. Wow. Well, this could turn into a lot better than I thought. So I got into this trade right around here at 9:22. Just as I was opening the room, I sold some at 9:50. Just try to put the marks in here so when I do my video later on, that's close enough. And I have a little bit left. Let's see what it does. See if I can get through 10. I mean, it's not an all-time high. There's the all-time high, I guess, at 1061. I saw this one right down here and I thought, man, maybe, just maybe, but it was, these are wide bars. Anything can happen. But I like the way this was basing here. I like the way it was just kind of basing. Yeah, so Dorian, the AI does not start until at least 9:35, okay? That's every single day. AI does not start until it waits for the market to open, normal market hours. Okay, 9:22, Alex, but I sold some out almost immediately at 9:50 on the pop. I think so. If you right click on a chart and go to properties and uncheck show all trades, okay? Uncheck show all trades. Can you access this room from the downloaded software? Well, you're already in the room, so not sure. You're already in the room. Yeah, a lot of volume coming into UMRX. It was actually negative, negative in the morning, pre-market right around here. But of course, this was a huge, actually, and it's interesting. It is now just at yesterday's high, and it still has a ton of room. Let's just take a price alert just around 272, just a little bit above yesterday's high. Yeah, these are ones I just don't really look at until they break $1. I mean, this is a horrible yesterday. I mean, this, not horrible, but I mean, a big topping tail, and the sellers knocked it right back down. So it's a big float. If that float is correct, that's a huge float for a sub-dollar stock, 600 million. I mean, it's going to take a ton to move it. All right, well, here's a link for to get in. Well, you probably know the link, but here is the link to get into the trading room. Mark is actually an earnings play. Oh, this one was a wild one a few weeks ago. MARK. All right, look at this one starting to move now. Gamble, Esports Entertainment Group. Look at this one starting to romp. GMBL. Wow. Now there's a low float, 5.8 million in the float. Well, there's UMRX now above, or right at the high of yesterday. I love this price alert. You're not using our price alerts? You should be. Also, there's a confusion. You know, I know that on the website it says you have 500 price alerts. What they're referring to is the price alerts that you can set on a chart. You can have up to 500 at any one time. It's not referring to the alerts that we get all day long. That's basically infinite. And look at this mess. It's almost be put on the thou shalt not trade list. GNUS. What a mess. I did see UAVS also. This is up a big volume. Of course, this is you know, drones on Amazon. Okay, so very quickly, Mandar, are you watching me? Can you hear me? Okay, so put your toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of what you're going to designate. I'm assuming you have multiple monitors, and you want to have trade ideas windows on various monitors. And then when you open trade ideas every day, you want all those windows to be in the same spot every day. Is that correct? Okay, so put your toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of the monitor that you'll designate as your main monitor. This is obviously my main monitor, the one I share with everybody. So I put all my trade ideas windows where I want them. I have other trade ideas windows on other monitors, you know, the AI as an example. So just position them exactly where you want them. Once you've done that, click on Tools, and then Options, Layouts. Check Open relative to main window, check that, and then save it. That's it. Now make sure, once you've done all that, of course, when you exit trade ideas, save your work. And when you come back and when you reopen trade ideas, everything will be where you want them to be. Okay? Well, Julian, I mean, where did I find ANVS? ANVS is a pre-market gapper. It's pretty simple right there. I mean, they're pre-market actives. ANVS is the top one. I mean, I don't know if you can see my screen, but I mean, there it is right at the top, ANVS. Obviously, I'm out of it now, but it may come back. It may come back. What I'm going to do is stick another alert around 9:45, another price alert. See if it comes back later on. You have to subscribe to the Trade of the Week, Paul. Well, you can have it, Tal. I mean, everything I'm sharing everything, okay? And then all you have to do is, when you have it, right-click, configure, summary, and it's really simple. I mean, I don't really have very many filters. It's more the columns that I have. All you have to do, well, I can't tell you why it's not showing up in your pre-market gapper, but you can have the one I use. It's here in the scans, or click on the Room Drive icon, half open folder, scans that I share, download. And then again, all these will go to a Word document. All you have to do is copy the link and then load it. File load from cloud, pop it in here. If you don't already see it in here, if it's blank, paste it in, Control V it in, and then load it. Okay, well, Jillian, you can have the one I use, okay? This is in the YouTube feed. I mean, I can't tell you why it didn't show up on the, you're on the UpGappers channel. I can't have no idea why it didn't show up, but you can have, I don't use the UpGappers channel. I've been using this for years. Why I like this is because you can put as many columns here as you want. What time is it? 9:26. So yeah, very quickly. I mean, the obvious thing to do at the very beginning is to sort on the change from the close, just to see the ones that are up the most, or down the most. Okay, this is the actives down. Whoops, move it up here. So these are the ones that are down the most. That's the obvious thing to do. But afterwards, then you can start sorting on various columns, because your eyes are obviously going to get attracted to these ones, but there could be something down here that's kind of buried that you're not really seeing because there are a lot of symbols in the list. But maybe there's a low float situation. So I'm going to click on the low float and see if there's anything down here that I might have missed. Doesn't appear to be. Well, MYOS as an example. Well, it's up. Actually, it's 12.7%, but anyway, clicking on various columns and sorting on the various columns can unearth little gems that you wouldn't necessarily see if all you were concentrating on are the ones that are absolutely up the most. All right, guys, I'm going to shut these two down. I'm going to have the Brokerage Plus on the simulator. Dorian, okay, one more time. The AI does not start working until at least 9:35. That's the earliest alert that you'll get in the AI window. I thought we answered that before. Okay, so that's for everybody. Strategies are done overnight. Yeah, that's when all these strategies get optimized, but no alerts will happen in this window, in your AI window, until at least 9:35. Doesn't mean they're going to get one at 9:35, but that's the earliest. No, you have to save it to the cloud, Mandar. You have something on your screen. A couple things you should be doing. I always save individual windows to the cloud. Okay, it's so simple to do. If you see something you like, you've downloaded something from me or from somebody else. And of course you can change your price ranges and things like that to customize it more to what you want. This is, well, I don't have a price range in here. That's because it's a watch list. But in my basic new highs and lows, no repeat, as an example, I've got a price range of 1 to 20. That may not be what you want. So you can always go and change it to whatever you want. Maybe you want a different minimum volume. Once you've done that, I mean, you don't have to. You can keep this exactly the way it is, but save it to the cloud. Right-click, save, save. Okay? So it's right-click, save or share to cloud, and then save. Now that window's in the cloud. It'll be there forever. Yes, market's going to open in 10 seconds. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. See if I can do a few more trades today. I had a lot of questions to answer yesterday, but that's okay. I have no problem in doing that. You know, there's ANVS right back up, almost. We're now open. All right, so we're going to have quite a few with the market doing what it's doing. Also, with EV being a little weak, it's a little weak as a sector today. You're going to see a lot of these ones that have gapped up big. They're moving down today. And again, if you want to follow these 3 windows, nothing will happen in these 2 windows until at least 9:45. They produced really well yesterday. Again, I wasn't able to pay too much attention to them, but looking back at the original alert and the price and the time, there were probably at least 80% of each one of them were really good alerts. You can click on new, channel bar, and Barry's watch list. Remember, everything in here is a layout, so you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you click on anything from my watch lane. I don't have a link for that, John T. Dowd. You'll have to. I don't have that one. You'll have to go to info at trade. That, you know, the other traders have different scans that they use. I don't. I just don't have that one. That was obviously a webinar they put on yesterday. You'll have to ask for it. Okay, info at trade-ideas.com. So this is a super interesting one. I mean, look at this ANVS. This was down quite a bit yesterday, and look, I mean, look at that move. All right, so these 2, I'm not in this one anymore, guys, just to let you know. I know I was going to swing on. I'm looking for a price to get back into graph, but I'm not, I'm all out of it now. Yeah, Dorian, just left click on the chart and then just start typing. Okay, left click on the chart and just start typing, and this change symbol should come up, and just change it. It's just the default every time you open a chart. Yeah, it's the QQ, but just left click on the chart and just to make it the active chart, and then just start typing. Yeah, that's a heck of an upgrade. Was it $3 they said, or $3 to $5? $1 to $4. Oh, from $1 to $4. Okay, this is an upgrade. Now the other thing you can do, Dorian, anybody else, when you have a chart, put whatever indicators you want. Maybe your volume, you know, you want most people are going to want a volume, maybe some other indicators and EMAs, SMAs. I can't tell you what to use, but create your indicators that you will want to see on most of your charts. Once you've done that, then right click and save as a default chart. So every time you open a new chart, it'll be it'll have everything that you want on it. You'll change your time, probably your time frame, but other than that, And I just deleted the chart. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, ANVS on the way down now. So this did not hold. That price alert I set did not, it triggered, but it triggered so quickly and then it just dropped. So I think ANVS is probably kind of dead in the water. And it's halted. Yes, ANVS is now halted on the way down. All right, well, graph is coming back. Yeah, it's really coming back. Yeah, this WRTC is just a tremendous, look at this. I mean, all-time high, had a tremendous day yesterday. It just took out yesterday's high, WRTC. And UMRX just, yeah, continues here. Oh, I wonder why this was not changing. Of course, I had symbol linking was unchecked. There we go. Well, look at Arrow, guys. AYRO. I mean, this is this is doing something here. I mean, look at the volume that's coming in. Seems to be shrugging off that 475 financing price. And it's a low float, 5.2 million in the float. All right, so this is the VXRT. I think a couple of you were talking about this on the VXRT. The down big yesterday. It is recovering today so far. I typically don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. But look at the volume that came into VXRT. All right. APPS, guys, on the way down here. This is kind of the reverse of this, running down. Let's see, has probably some pretty decent support around 1185. That's not that far away. Okay, this one was active in the pre-market. Got as high as $9. Did it really? Got this guy high as $9. Pulled all the way back, but it's starting to get alive again. CRVS, guys. CRVS. I think they had. It's a virus play. CRVS. Low float. 16 million in the float. I see Blue had a downgrade. That's the only thing I saw about Blue this morning. Blue had a downgrade this morning. It's up, but it did have a downgrade. Not that that's, the be all and the end all. Okay, ANVS is now alive again. It just resumed. That was yesterday, right? That was the news for it yesterday. That's why it got hammered yesterday. Oh, that's right. This is the one that rebounded beautifully off $3. A lot of people played that one. Wow, ANVS is just sinking rapidly. This could get halted again. What was our news again? Phase 2. Yeah, I mean, big deal. They go ahead that they can start a phase 2 study. I mean, it's nice. Don't get me wrong, it's nice. It's better than the FDA saying you can't do it, but so big area right here for CRVS on that monthly chart. You can see right there, right at 6. Well, there's Arrow, guys, AYRO. And there's UMRX. Again, wow. Remember what the news was on that one yesterday. I don't know who did a reverse split. Wow, AYRO, holy smokes. That's pretty impressive, coming off that 475 financing. Extremely impressive. Just give me a moment, please. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting when I saw a run this morning because they're buying Vivint. And typically, this is not what happens. This is the acquiring company. Well, for those of you who like to play INO, take a look at what's happening with INO. Look at the volume that just came in. Now, it's not a low float situation, but look at the volume that came into INO. You can see, I mean, if it gets anywhere close, to 24, this is the high of about 4 days ago, 24.33. It might give people confidence that it could start to attack this void area again. That's the one, VSLR. So VSLR being acquired by Run. Meanwhile, AYRO. What was the high yesterday? Was way up here. And if you have the AI, You know, there were a couple of early ones, fairly early ones, and interesting, the two that they were. Well, nothing, I definitely don't like trading the first 15, okay? I will miss the early morning runners. So I usually do sit out the first 15 minutes. It doesn't mean that, after 15 minutes everything is rosy, but well, a couple of interesting ones from the AI this morning, really. I mean, the acquiring company and the one to be acquired. All right, VXRT now, guys. So what the high in the pre-market was about 818 or so. What was it? 819. The high yesterday was, or 2 days ago, was 815. If it can take 815 out, then the next high looking left is 885-ish. XBA is actually an earnings play too. Interesting. XBA is an earnings play. Yeah, a little pop here. Not a tremendous reaction to it yet, though. Boy, this is a disappointment. I thought this one had a real chance to do the crazy thing. I mean, it's still up 100%, so I guess. All right, so waiting for a couple to show up here. Did Vive take out one yet? No, not yet. But I will be watching this one on a one takeout. I'm not going to get too biased against it like I did yesterday with the UMRX that waited, that took out one and then it just ran. I'm not saying Vive is going to do the same thing, but I do have an alert set right up here at 93 just to see if it takes out that pre-market high and start to run. Look at INO, guys. I mentioned this one just right around here. It's tacked on another $1. All right, so ETRN looked interesting until you see here, there's that 200-day moving average right above it, 982. So that's going to put the damper on that, I believe. Whoa, look at PDSB. PDSB on the move. Also another low float situation, 13 million in the float. And what sort of resistance in there is there? So last week it got as high as 317-ish. So it's above all this. So just there's the next high looking left on the daily chart for PDSB. Let's see if it rests just a little bit. Great volume coming in. 24 times normal up to this point of the day. Okay, now there's a big pullback now for UMRX. 3-bar pullback on the 5s, at least 3 bars. All right, Angie, still strong. Now, Angie has some room on that monthly chart till about 1779. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that is the room that Angie has. Angie is still strong. What a great break on the weekly chart yesterday. It's just, what was the high of yesterday was 1538. That's why we had the alert right there, right at the high of yesterday. And WRTC, it's above yesterday's high now. Also, WRTC. All right, so for Angie, what I'm going to do is stick an alert up here at that high. See if it takes it back. Did get as high as 1581 in the pre-market for Angie, ANGI. Well, at some point, I'm going to start to nibble again at that graph, GRAF. I'm not sure when. No, the exact layout. No, you have to. I'm sharing individual windows that you can pick and choose. Okay. So here they all are. If you click on scans, here are all the scans that I'm sharing. All right. All the scans that I'm sharing. Or if you click on this Room Drive icon, looks like a half open folder, scans that I share, download. That'll go to a Word document. And you can take a look at them all. In order to load something, all you have to do is, let's just say I wanted to, I don't know, week stocks down. So I click on the link. It's going to show up in a new browser tab. I just highlight the link, copy it. So I copy the link and then file, load from cloud, from the toolbar, file, load. Most of the time, I can't remember the last time it didn't happen, but most of the time when you copy the link the way I just did, clicked on it, it'll appear in this box right there, and then you just load it. And that's how you load my scans or anybody else's scans. You just pick and choose which ones you want. Reason I don't, I've got a lot of scans, on a lot of different windows. Not everybody wants every single scan. So, I do force you to take a look at individual scans, and some of you might want, some of you might not want. And when you have the scan, finally, when you have it on your monitor, then you can always take the scan that I've got, call it a template. And then you can always change, this is the price range I like. Doesn't mean that's what you have to like. There's a minimum volume that I like. Doesn't mean that's what you have to like. So you can start to take the template and change it if you want. And once you've done that, then save it to the cloud. Right click, save, or share to cloud, save. So now that window that you loaded is now in your cloud. It'll be there forever. When basically what happens is you start to take various windows, assemble them the way you want, maybe take some charts, put them on, and then create a layout. Once you have those windows that you want, and then you file, save or share to cloud, entire layout, give it a name, and save it. So now your layout has been saved to the cloud also, as well as the individual windows. Now, with the market being, it's starting, maybe a little rally starting, but with the market being down, these long plays will be somewhat suspect, perhaps, to begin with anyway. Yeah, WKH just getting hammered here. So again, the EVs are, for whatever reason, in disfavor today, except Tesla still is up. Yeah, barely. Hey, don't be sorry. These are valid questions. Or you can take any window and move it to any monitor you want. I'm assuming as long as you're using the app version and not the web-based version, you can take any window, and I can move it to another monitor. Once you've done that, I sort of explained a little earlier, if you have multiple monitors, and take your toolbar, put it in the top left-hand corner of what you'll designate as your main monitor. Arrange all your trade ideas windows as you want them on your main monitor. You can have your other trade ideas windows on your other monitor. Put them where you want them. And then from tools, options, and then layouts. Tools, options, layouts. Check that. Open relative to main window and save. And then after, when you exit trade ideas, make sure you save your work. When you reload trade ideas tomorrow, all your trade ideas windows will be in exactly where you want them to be. Okay, guys, definitely Angie. Keep an eye on Angie right here. It's just taking out that high. It's a very strong play. It's a multi-day move. ANGI. Yeah, this is halted on the way up now, guys. Look at this. What a move on the way up from 762 all the way up to 916. So it got halted on the way down. Now it's recovering. Traders are somewhat piling in. Well, not somewhat. Look at the volume coming in. This is a low float situation, 4.2 million in the float. This does not trade very much. You can see right now it's trading basically 1,300% of what it normally would trade by this time of the day. That's what that 1.36K means in relative volume. Keep an eye on Angie, guys. It just had a little bit of a pullback. I just want to see if it continues today. Now there's the WRTC. This is looking interesting. I mean, it takes out 14. This is an all-time high for WRTC. So a low float, the lower that number is, right there, 14 million, the lower that number is, and 14 is certainly a low float. when a stock is in play meaning for whatever reason, traders want it, either because it has some press release, some news, it's earnings, or whatever. When that's low, so there's your supply, and then you have high demand. This is why you'll see some stocks do crazy, crazy things. A low supply of stock, high demand, like any other commodity on earth. What happens to the price? You get into a price war almost, like it's a bidding war. And traders are falling all over themselves to get the stock. And then the float, the short float percent, that is the percentage of the float that is short. So again, if that's a high number and a stock is in play, all those people who are short the stock are starting to doubt themselves. Now, there's HEPA. So if you're talking about the mechanics of trading the pre-market, yeah, you'll have to contact your broker. Okay? I mean, it's usually just a feature that you add, or not add, but you something you turn on that you allows you to trade in the pre-market. But that's something you have to contact your broker. No, absolutely not. We've got customers all over the world, including you. No, we have customers all over the world. Now, we only scan the US and Canadian markets, okay? So we don't scan any of the European markets. Okay, ANVS. But Interactive Brokers is a great broker internationally. They're in many, many, many countries around the world. Not that you have to have Interactive Brokers to trade with Trade Ideas, but but if you are wanting to participate in the US market, I know IB certainly is available in Sweden. Yeah, Interactive Brokers. Just do a Google search. Okay, Interactive Brokers. And Trade Ideas is available, doesn't matter where you are in the world. Yeah, Punjabi, that is really up to you. I only use, I have nothing less than a 5 minute, but listen, a lot of people will use 1 and 2 minutes. So I can't tell you what is optimal for day trading. It all depends on your style. Yeah, so why that happens, these 5 charts here, to answer your question, Jerry, these 5 charts here, there are only two options with the charts in terms of symbol linking. If you right click on a chart and go to properties, you either have symbol linking checked or you don't. So when symbol linking is checked, when I click on a symbol, it's going to load in all 5 of these time frames. That's what I want it to do. Look at the SPY chart, it doesn't because the symbol linking is unchecked. Well, yeah, HEPA 391. I know HEPA was alerting earlier. Well, it has some room, not a lot of room actually. Low float, 9 million in the float. So again, you're wondering how can a stock go up 43%? Well, Facebook will not go up 40. Wow, look at ANVS now, guys, new high. Facebook will not go up 42% unless some stupendous news comes out. All right, the reason being 2.4 billion in the float. That's why I don't trade typically these high float situations, because unless there's something really amazing happening with the company, then it's going to take a lot to move it a percentage. Well, I'm continuing to watch Angie here just to see. The arrow did not hold. AYRO did not hold. I have to admit, I am a little surprised with ANVS. I didn't think it would have such a severe pullback before it did this. Okay, I traded this pre-market, not much, but got a decent little scalp out of it. Wow, $10 now. ANVS now $10. Well, I mean, it really has no resistance. I mean, look here. Well, okay, I suppose it has some resistance right here at around 1066 on that monthly chart. Meanwhile, the acquired company, VSLR, acquired by Run, is still definitely alive and kicking here. And there's a nice little break for it, little pullback. Yeah, the EVs are just getting hit today. We saw all sorts of fantastic action over the last few days. Maybe it's just a little profit taking, but there's NIO on the way down. Many of them are on the way down. I bet you Plug, if I look at Plug, it's on the way down. Ballard. All right, guys, VSLR on the move. Again, if you have the AI, I did not take that trade at the alert price. In fact, well after. But I like the way it was pausing. If you know how I trade, you know I like those whole number breaks. And if you're wondering why I'm not talking about it as I take the trade, it's not fair to those of you who have premium. I'm not going to display the AI unless it is really run past the price, and then I can show everybody, you know, where the alert was. And I suppose actually right now I can. I mean, so there was the alert 1342 for the AI for VSLR, and it's at 1428 now. Yeah, boy, today's not the day to be in these solars. Not solars, sorry, solo, these EVs. All right, guys, VSLR. I mean, I got to show this now. I mean, there was the alert at 1342, almost a dollar. Okay. I did not get in at 1342. Definitely a big winner. 6.8%. And the other one, I mean, Run, even, I mean, the acquiring company is just soaring also, both Run and VSLR. Again, I'll show it now. I mean, here are the alerts. You know, so they're both up about 6.5%. All right, what else is happening here? VVIV, I haven't seen this one for a while. VBIV, another, actually it's not a low float. Well, this SPAC is on the way down now. $34 on the high. Boy, that's a big drop. It is actually shortable. And it's SHLL. Okay, I'm putting an alert here for Corvus at around just over 618. Takes this out. Wow. Wow, guys, VSLR just a storming now. Great winner from the AI. Over a dollar now. And right there, not very many alerts. 1342, 1458 right now, and pretty steady. Just a little pullback there. Just a little pullback right there. Well, as I say, guys, all you need is one good trade, and that certainly would have, you could have taken either VSLR or Run, but certainly for me, VSLR, as you know, I like the ones under 20 from the AI. And not everybody knows that, but those of you who have been in the room long enough, you know that those are the ones I like. What a choppy one though. ANVS just got halted again on the way down. Yeah, can I go back to bed now? For sure. Okay, I'm watching Angie a little bit here. See how well it holds 15. I was a little disappointed that it didn't, after basing here a little bit, it didn't just pop through, but I guess it's had a, it's had a multi-day run. I did take VSLR, yes, but again, it's not in the announcements because, again, you have to understand, I have to protect our premium subscribers. Look at the SPY guys. This could turn into my favorite day. Little market gap down and then a recovery most of the day. Look at EOLS, got beaten up badly in the pre-market. Some kind of a financing deal. Yeah, I don't trade the VIX, TVIX, Stephen. I'm sorry, I can't answer that question. Somebody was asking in the YouTube feed, what is the replacement for TVIX? It is? Somebody's saying that it's TVIXF. Really? I guess it doesn't show up for ours. Oops. Okay, TVIXF. Okay. Thank you for that. So we're seeing something that doesn't happen that often. You know, Run is the acquiring company for VSLR. Typically, the acquiring company gets. I have not seen the details of it. If it's a all cash or stock, but typically the company that's being acquired, of course, does what FSLR is doing. But the company doing the acquiring, in this case Run, usually does not rip higher also. Usually, in fact, it can drop because existing shareholders get their positions diluted. But I did not look at the actual deal. So it is a stock deal, which is interesting then. Yeah, it's got to really, I see what you're looking at, Fred. It really has to break out of this area here, doesn't it? The 423. It's a big float too, so, it really needs a catalyst to get it really rocking. So for those of you who think that you have to, like if you miss the first alert, there it is 1342. I didn't get, I'll tell you right now, I got in at 1407, I think, for the VSLR. I watched this pullback, I watched the pop, over 14, held, and I love the whole number breaks. So, don't get so hung up on not being able to get right in at the penny. Now, would I have loved to have taken it at 1342? Sure. Well, I'm just watching to see if it can take a 15. Uh, you know, all right, guys, I just took some out at 1491-ish, okay, average, just in case it cannot take out that whole number. And that's for the VSLR. Again, I don't mind talking about it now. Yeah, I mean, even run. I mean, you could have taken run. I mean, they're both up 10.9, 9.6. I mean, you could have had your pick. You know, I just happen to like the ones under 20. Yeah, I'm watching this Corvus to see if it can take out this those highs right there, 618. This did hit. I mean, this hit 889 in the pre-market, guys. So this could be a classic if it rests a little bit, just a little bit. Yeah, and then all of a sudden you get some volume and popping it through, kind of like now. Remember, the alert was at 618 from my watch list. And I have my alert set for the high. I think it's around 627. And that's for the CRVS. Oh, shoot. Well, it's all over the place right now. Okay, so be careful. It's all over the place. It did pop up and it pulled right back down. I said shoot because I thought I missed it, but well, I just didn't want to take it there, Punjabi. I have a certain style. It's that simple. I could have taken it there or very close. I just have a certain style. I'm not so anxious to get into trades right off the bat. I want to see how they trade a little bit. Okay, guys, so you can see in the AI, if you have it, you notice the AI is out. If you follow, you know, how the AI is trading, doesn't mean you have to get out at the same time, but it is all in profit saves. Corvus looks good. A little scary though. I mean, it popped up to the 30 mark and it pulled right back down. So it's a little bit scary. Now look at the volume that came in though. Look at that volume. It's the biggest volume bar of the day for the 5-minute chart. So let's see if it can hold this time over 6 and explode. Low float, 16 million in the float. It's a virus play. See, I would disagree. I would say the other way, PJ. Wider stops, otherwise you will get whipped out. So lower number of shares and a wider stop. Otherwise you can't. Yeah, it's easy to get whipped out. Still whippy, a little bit whippy. See, it gets back into the 30s. I mean, it's a virus play. I didn't really read. Yeah, I mean, after initiating a clinical trial, I mean, there's your news, okay? You know, stick virus in the press release. FDA has reviewed and accepted its investigational new drug application. So it's a new drug application. Okay, so it's a phase 1 study. I mean, it's, but there it goes, guys. Look at the volume. Boy, what a morning. It's already 10:30, just about 10:30. Good for you. Look at the market, guys. Look at the big candle, the big 15-minute candle for the SPY. So we're another little disconnect taking place. The Dow is down, SPY is a little bit down, but the tech is up. The NAS is up. All right, guys, it is now basically, well, it's not quite 10:30, but if you are new to this trading room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I am live on the mic. Okay, I don't know exactly. Now, remember, the charts refresh every 8 to 10 seconds, if that's what you're talking about, okay? Nothing you can do about that. But when you click on an alert, you get a real-time alert. It's a real-time chart. It just will refresh every 8 to 10 seconds. Which, again, is not as bad as it sounds. So, if you are a Trade Idea subscriber, you can have a lot of the scans that I'm sharing. Wow, VSLR, guys, I still have some left. Remember, I took some out right underneath 15. It pulled back. Let's see if it takes out that 15 again. Anyway, I'm sharing a lot of scans. If you click on the scans tab in the trading room, you'll see I'm sharing a lot of scans here. People ask me for my layout. I don't have a layout as such to share, but I have a lot of individual scans that you can kind of pick and choose which ones you might want to take a look at. You can also click on the Room Drive icon. Looks like a half-open folder. Scans that I share. Download. It'll go to a Word document. Then you can take a look at them a little more at your leisure. To load a scan, all you have to do is basically in the Word document, just copy the link, copy it, and then File, Load from Cloud. The link will probably be in here. If it isn't, then paste it in. It just has to be in this box, and then load it. If you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now, there's a link and there's the promo code Barry4Alpha, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Show you how much Trade Ideas will cost you. Here's our premium yearly plan, $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or the standard, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. You are buying premium if you want to have access to our AI, which gave you these two great trades right off the bat this morning, okay? That is why you are subscribing to premium. There are some other differences, but the main reason that you will be subscribing to premium is to have access to our AI. You don't have to start off with a premium plan or an annual plan. You can try us out. Standard monthly is $118 a month. This these pop-ups drive me nuts. There you go. Okay, standard monthly, $118 a month less the 15%, or the premium monthly, $228 less the 15%. That discount, the 15% discount, is only good for the first month. If you do want to upgrade, you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the promo code. So in other words, upgrading from standard to premium, or from a monthly plan to an annual plan. I want to talk about the links that I have here. And also the links. You can download all the links. These are training links, webinar links, a lot of great links in here that you can take a look at later on. Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. You can subscribe to it right there. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, and I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus in more detail a little bit later. If you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to use this Brokerage Plus window to trade, watch this video, Brokerage Plus intro, okay? Pop this into the other room. I do a daily video between 1:50 and 1:45 every day. This link will bring you to the latest download. 20 short lessons. If you're new to Trade Ideas, I would heartily encourage you to watch these or to read them. Okay, I thought there were videos, but they're not. But it basically goes over a lot of the basic things about Trade Ideas. You know, what is a top list? Build a top list. Alert windows. You know, starting from scratch. So this is a great primer for those of you who are new to Trade Ideas. Just one moment, please. I'm going to put this link in a couple of areas because I think it's a very important link for new people. Even if you're not new. Just subscribe to it. Tal, okay, did you not see? Links, Trade of the Week. Where are you? Trade of the Week. Just click on that link and you can subscribe to it, all right? The other training link we have, I'm going to click on the training link. Okay, so in the training link, you'll see we do have those 20 lessons. We also have TI University. There are a lot of videos here. Plus, if you're a new trader, Back to Basics, new to the market, look at the Back to Basics webinar series, okay? I'm going to pop this link into the room. Also, here are all the webinars that we have. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them. No, month to month, Jerry. You can unsubscribe at any time. If you don't like the program, then if you do sign up on a monthly basis, just make sure, because it will auto renew every month. Just make sure you let us know you don't want it before the auto renew kicks in. So if you sign up today, July the 7th, by August the 5th, you don't want it, just let us know, okay? And next test drive. I don't know when it's going to be, guys. I really don't. I'm not sure it's going to be in August this year, but if you fill this out, you'll be notified exactly when the next test drive will be. The test drive for $8.99. We give you access to our full premium service for up to 10 trading days. Okay, so if you fill this out, you'll be notified when it's going to start and how to sign up for it. And that's the next test drive. All right, now we'll talk a little bit about the AI and how you get access to it. So first of all, you need our premium service to get the AI/Holly. So this is what happens. Today's Tuesday, so the AI will wait for the market to close, so it has access to the latest market data. And we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. And the AI goes through what we call an optimization procedure with all the strategies. Looking at the filter values. This is not an AI strategy, but takes a look at the filter values, maybe makes a change, maybe takes a filter out, adds one in, runs through this optimization procedure. AI did that last night. And then these are the AI strategies that made the cut because they had the proper profit factor and win percentage combination. So all you have to do, if you have our premium service, if you have the AI, then all you have to do is make sure from the toolbar, new AI/Holly strategy trades window. This window will pop up. Of course, in the morning before the market opens, it'll be empty, and then just wait for the alerts to happen. You can actually incorporate this window as part of your layout. You don't have to load it every morning. That's what I would do, incorporate it as part of your layout. Okay, and then that's basically what the AI is all about. You get the alerts, and then it's up to you to manage the alerts. You're given an entry. Of course, that's a real-time entry. There is a stop, and just like I did with the VSLR, I didn't take it right at 1342. Listen, in retrospect, do I wish I had? Sure. But I didn't mind waiting for the 14 break. It settled down a little bit. And still, from 14 to 15, still a tremendous run. It's based on time of day. No, it's based on time of day, Chris. So how does it trade? How is it trading up to this point of the day on average? So that's why the relative volume will. That's why the relative volume will actually. It could go up, or it could fall as the course of the day as the day moves on. Yeah, there is in here. You can. I always hesitate to show AI performance because AI can be used in so many different ways. But the only thing we've done is show you if you got out exactly when the AI got out of every trade, then this is what would have happened. So if you click on links and where it says AI performance, you can see how the AI did versus the SPY. How do you sign up for I don't want to call it a trial period. I mean, you can call it a trial period, but I mean, it's just a month to month. But just click on, well, let me pop it into the room. Okay, there's a link for the subscription. And don't forget, there's your promo code. So Coameric 99, if you're talking about should it or do I have to create a separate login for this room? Not sure I understand the question. I know it's a little confusing, but there are kind of two trading rooms running concurrently. Okay, so Fernando, if you want a lot of the scans that I'm sharing, I don't have an entire layout because I have a lot of windows that a lot of scans that you may not want. So it's kind of a pick and choose what you might want. You'll have to come into this other trading room though. It's the only way I can share the links. Okay, so and if you want to come into this room that you see here, a lot more traders, a lot more interaction with traders. I can share links a lot easier. Okay. Well, CRVS is moving now, guys. I'm not in it. I just found it a little too choppy for my taste. You know, I mean, that got all the way back down to 565, but I mean, it's a great pop now. But I'd not. I mean, maybe if I'd been paying a little more attention instead of talking about trade ideas in general, maybe on a break here. But it is pretty whippy. So one of the reasons why, you know, somebody said, what is the AI performance? So how do you judge a trade like this? VSLR. The AI is out of this trade now completely, okay, at 1455. That an algorithm kicked in and got out of the trade at 1455. So what if this keeps moving, you know, over 15 and that in theory, remember now, the AI is then out of that trade. But you don't have to be. Or, you know, if it pulled back, you could get back into the trade, you know, use it as a great watch list for the day. Okay, so if you want some of my if you want some of my links, Coameric, just let me know. I mean, just do a post. No, I know the YouTube feed is okay. It's just not as okay. So Fernando, you have to come into into the trading room. I think I posted the link for the trading room. Okay, you have to come into this room here. It's the only way I can share links with you. I mean, I can do it one at a time in the YouTube feed, but I'm just not going to do that. It's just. All right, well, things have finally settled down. I'm not getting as many alerts. And look what the market's starting to do, guys. So after that initial little rally here, we're starting to get a couple of 15-minute red candles. So to see what happens from here on. I don't understand that question. If you have a list of Windows 10 for this platform, I don't understand that question. All right, now I want to go over Brokerage Plus. Wow, CRVS. I mean, I wish I were in the CRVS, obviously, but I just... Well, remember I was talking about the ETRN earlier? There's the 200-day moving average. So now it is just popping through it, ETRN. Never mind the link to the other room. You're in the right room, SF. Okay. Oh, okay. But if you do want it, if you know, it's a YouTube feed, but it's the same. I know it's confusing. They can see my screen and they can hear me. It's just not as much interaction with traders, and I can't share links as well. All right, guys. So I'm going to talk about Brokerage Plus right now. All right. So Brokerage Plus is loaded. New Brokerage Plus. And this window will pop up. If you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to use Brokerage Plus to trade your account, watch this video. Okay, watch the Brokerage Plus video. That's okay. Lot of training, Jumper. Okay, so this is the Brokerage Plus window. And again, if you want to trade your Interactive Brokers account, if you have it, it's the only trading platform that works with it, okay? Or a brokerage account that works for it. So don't ask me about TD Ameritrade. Don't ask me about Schwab. Don't ask me about anything. I can't, you know, we're trying to add more brokers, but I do not know when it's going to happen or even if it's going to happen. But right now, it only works with Interactive Brokers. If you want to use Brokerage Plus to trade your account, and you will have to watch that video, okay? It's a great video. It'll show in all the ins and outs about how to use your real account. Now, what I do is I put it on simulation mode, paper trading mode. Okay? Link for it right underneath you. I hope you're just kidding, Bow Hunter. I just said it only works with Interactive Brokers. Only works with Interactive Brokers, okay? But I put it on simulation mode, and this is part of the standard service, okay? You want to use it in simulation mode, it's just part of our standard service. The only time you need to have our premium service is if A, you want to have access to the AI, which had a great day today so far. And B, if you had a strategy that you wanted to auto trade, you create your own strategy and you want to auto trade it, you'll need our premium service using Brokerage Plus. Or if you did want to auto trade the AI, you need the premium service. Of course, if you have the AI, you already have the premium service. Okay? We do not charge for Brokerage Plus anymore if you want to auto trade the AI. But let's talk about simulation mode. Very, very simple. Basically, you click on an alert. You click on an alert, and the symbol is not showing up because, well, that's interesting. Let me load it again. This has never happened. There we go. Okay, well, it never happens. Normally, you click on the alert and the symbol shows up immediately. Yeah, you still have to have a real time data subscription from your broker. In our simulator, we're using our real time data. Doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. It's using our real time data. Keep an eye on Angie, guys. If it takes out maybe that 1540 area. You don't have to have level 2 data. I mean, some people want it, but you just have to have at least the bare bones real-time data, okay? It's up to you if you want it's up to you if you want level 2. All right, so let me just show you how this works. Okay, GRBK. Let's take this trade. I mean, I wouldn't take this trade because it's so extended right now, but I just want to demonstrate how this works. So let's just take a couple of hundred shares. There's some gremlins at work here, guys. Usually there's a big drop down. Oh, that's why. Okay. No, we don't have level 2. Something's going on, guys. I apologize, but you probably just need a standard subscription for swing trading. Something is going on in the linking here, and I don't know why. I just want to find out if other guys are having this problem. Okay, because I'm on a... Okay, something is happening here. Sorry, guys. I just have to figure out what is going on. You can see normally, this is the first time this has ever happened. I don't know if it's because I'm on a development build. 4.2.159. I might have to get Julio to come into the room. And I'm connected. I want to make sure I'm connected. I will save as default again. Yes, with an Interactive Brokers account, yes, you can. You can use this, you can trade, but something is going on. Well, there are a lot of things for momentum. I mean, Cesar, I'm sharing actually in scans. Or I have Momo up, Momo down. I think these two here, basic new highs and lows, great for momentum. You know, I don't think there's just not one way to configure anything properly, if you get my drift. Well, you can set up things, Vix. I would encourage you to watch this video, okay? Okay, you'll see the advantages of using a window like this. You can set up things like one-click trading. You can set up your own buying and shorting parameters, one-click trading. Well, Cesar, I mean, it probably has something to do with the filters you have in place. Maybe they prevented it. I mean, it's very difficult for me to know. I'm more concerned about why my Brokerage Plus is not. That's usually the reason, Cesar. I mean, and here's the deal. If you relax the filters, and yes, you might see some of the ones that you wanted to see that you missed, but you may introduce a whole lot of other ones that you don't want to see that pass. You know, so I mean, there's always that trade-off. Not a community, but I mean a lot, you know, I'm sharing a lot of scans here, a lot of scans right in here. You can click on the Room Drive icon, scans that I share. Also in the channel, click on New Channel Bar. And if you go to the Traders Vault, where are we here? Traders Vault. The Traders Vault, there are a lot of scans from the other traders and trade ideas. There are many there also you can take a look at. But there's no central repository, no. Of everybody, you know, who's a subscriber to Trade Ideas, no. First of all, we would never do that. You'd be amazed the number of times that people email and say, hey, I've got a great scan. I hope you're not sharing that with other people. They're not talking to me personally, but they're just talking in general as a company. All right, so see the Room Drive icon right up here? Looks like a half open folder. Click on that. Scans that I share, download. They'll all go to a Word document. And then all you have to do, you can pick and choose which ones you might want to take a look at. Just copy the link. Just copy the link and then File, Load from Cloud, and the link will probably be in here already in that box. If it isn't, then paste it in. Control V it in. No, Cesar, you're in the trade. Can you not see my screen? Okay, so can you not see the Room Drive icon? Right there, Sam, right there, the Room Drive icon. Looks like a half open folder. I clicked on that and there it is. Scans that I share. And then download. I say it'll go to a Word document, but then all the links are there. Well, I have to figure out, Well, guys, I apologize. I cannot demonstrate simulation trading right now because I don't have, I can type the links in, but yeah, with, now I know I can just type in the symbol, but that's, you know, that's defeating. Meanwhile, ANVS is just, oh, it's on the way down. I thought it was ripping higher. I can just type in the symbol, I get it, but there has to be a reason. Make a sound alert, yep. Just right click on an alert window and properties, actions, check play sound, set up the sound, use custom sound, select sound, and here are 3 folders. Each folder has a series of audible alerts. You can click on one, open it, play it. If you like it, then you say okay a couple of times, and then it is attached to the window. I'm gonna get Julio in the room just a second. Well, ETRN, which is wow, it's a great break off 10, guys. A great break off 10, and it broke through the 200-day moving average. I think this is the one I wanted to take, or maybe it was the GRBK I wanted to take just to show you how to use our simulator. All right. Sorry, but I'm going to have to... You're obviously pumping that stock one more time, and I'm going to have to ban you, okay? In fact, we don't do this in this room, okay? So you're gone. Yeah, I just blocked him. Say free room, you know, have to put up. We've seen some crazy people come in the last couple of days. I'm going to be kind and call them crazy people, but well, how about it? I mean, Don V, I mean, it's up to you. I can't tell you, and it looks, you know, it's in my wheelhouse and all. I like the price range, but it's up to you. I do not tell anybody to take a trade. You know, yes, you should take this trade. I mean, it's got to be up to yourself. I mean, it's laid out. You have the stop. That's a wide stop. You know, I've got my eye on it, but you know, for me, I'd probably wait. For me, I'd wait for a 4 break. But you have to have a stop in place. And obviously, I mean, it's got a lot of tremendous volume. I mean, that's the, you know, 9 million in float, tremendous volume. Anything can happen. Okay, I'm going to have one of the developers come into the room and I want to show them what's going on here. ETRN. So looking left on the monthly chart, the next high looking left. Okay, Julio. Just wanted to show you, this is the first time this has ever happened. Now, I've reloaded my Brokerage Plus window several times. You know, I am connected to simulated trading, but the symbols are not loading, okay? Also, when I click, you know, normally you get a big drop down. You can pick how many shares you want. You can click on this, you'll get the market, you get the price you want to get in at. I'm definitely connected to simulated trading. This is the first time this has ever happened. And I've reloaded Brokerage Plus many, many times. Well, about 5 times. But it's like the symbol, it's like the symbol linking isn't checked or something, but it's more than just that. This drop down isn't working either. Can you see all that? And I'm in 0.159. That's the version I've got. And again, this is the first time this has happened. And I've been using... I've done it many times, but I'll do it again. New and Brokerage Plus. I have done it. This is probably the 6th time I've done it. I'll connect again. Trade Ideas Simulator. And nothing's loading. Yeah, you can see, right? Boy, ETRN. Once it took out that 200-day moving average, guys, it just rolled. Okay, you saw what I did. I closed B plus, open B plus. Okay, so I've just opened it again. I've connected. No, okay. I've never had to do symbol linking. Okay, so now it worked. Oh, I see. And now you want me to connect. Okay, I just did, but I just connected and it's still not working. Now I'm clicking on different symbols. I see what you said. I mean, so if I unconnect, then the symbol did appear. Now you're asking me to connect. Yeah, but you can see what's happening. It's not working. Okay. You want my layout, right? I'm talking to somebody in development, guys, by the way. Okay. All right. Well, listen, as the dreamer said, I mean, I can do this manually, but obviously it's not the most ideal, but I will do it manually. And I'll pick. Oh, okay. Okay, just did that. Okay, Julio, I just did that. Okay, so I will take this trade very manually now. And I'm going to have to pick a price, say 1276. See if it'll buy it there. Okay, so typical, what's supposed to happen, guys, and obviously I've got some kind of little bug happening here, and I've been using this for a long time. This is the first time. Typically what happens is you click on an alert, the symbol will show up. You can pick how many shares. Oh, there's a drop down now. Looks like it's sort of, I wonder if it's working now. No, see, anyway, typically, I mean, you click on alert, the symbol will show up. You can pick how many shares you want. You pick the price you want to get at it. And then if you're going to short, you sell. If you want to go long, you buy. So took 300 shares of the GRBK. I can put in a stop now. After the fact, but of course before, you should always know where your stop is. Just want to show you how easy it is to, I'm going to put a stop at say 1255. It'll show up right on the chart. There it is, 61.50. So if I allow this trade to move down to that stop level of 12.55 in the simulator, it will take me out for a $61 loss. That was just in my basic new highs and lows, Co-America, right here. If you can see my screen, ETRN, it was right there. The initial alert was at 947 at 967. So the price was 967 at 947 Eastern time. Yeah, I don't believe it, Cesar. I think it's a bit of a myth, but yeah, that's been up there for years and years and years. Years and years and years and years. Conspiracy theories. All right, so there, now I can put a target in if I want. I don't typically put targets, but let's just say for argument's sake, I want to put a target in for GRBK. And let's say I want to put a target of, say, 1320. I'm just making this up. I just want to show you how easy it is right on the chart. Okay, there it is. So at this point in simulation mode, if I allowed this trade to go down to 1255, I would be taken out for a $61 loss. And if it got up to 1320 and allowed it, and I didn't do anything, it would take me out for a 133 gain. I can move these up and down, okay? So if the trade starts working well, I can use this stop loss as a trailing stop, you know, and put it in areas on the chart that make sense, you know, so that if it broke down through what might be called a support area, if it broke down through that, that's where I should get out. So instead of creating some kind of an artificial trailing stop, like a lot of people say, well, I want to do a 1% trailing stop, 0.5%, a 10 cent, 20 cent. Why not use this and put the stop in places that make sense on the chart? Was it not in the script, John? All I can do is give you the script again. Okay, you close trade ideas first. So if you don't need the whole thing, I'm just reading that right now. Okay? No problem. Okay, I'm just trying to see if I've missed any questions. If I've missed a question, just repost it, please. Yeah, well, I mean, looking left on the monthly chart, you can see the next high is 1062, okay? Does that mean it's going to absolutely stall there? Not necessarily. Take a look at it on the weekly chart. Let's take a look if there's anything closer. Not really. So, I mean, 1062, those are the next highs looking left. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, but those are the areas I'd be wary of. All right, guys, we are alive again. FUV, take a look at FUV. Now, is Solo following suit? Yes, it is. So the EVs are starting to come back. You know, and it's probably, look at Tesla. My goodness, up $36 now. I mean, that's a, you know, even for Tesla, that's, you know, it's 2.6%. Did hit a high of what, 1431? So, you know, it's probably dragging along the Solos and the FUVs. I see his plug. How about Ballard? I'm sorry, Sarah McLaughlin, but it's, I need to be alive when I trade. Well, Michael, so once you have, for instance, here's my layout. You see my layout, right? You see my screen. And I have other, Angie, keep an eye on Angie, guys. Angie may be ready to roll again. So you see, I'm answering somebody in YouTube. So you see my monitor. This is my layout. I have other windows, other Trade Ideas windows. Once I have the windows that I want, I just save my layout. Okay, I just save my layout. File, and I give it another name. File, save or share to cloud. I say entire layout. I give it a name, and then I save it. And then you know, those windows will be locked to your layout. That makes sense? I mean, that's basically what you do. You create your layout and then you give it a name and save it as that layout. Then actually, then when you leave Trade Ideas, oh, okay, that's not the problem. Okay. So why would you minimize all your windows? Why would you minimize all your windows? You only have one monitor? It Well, you shouldn't be in demo mode. Don't pick demo version. I'm not sure I understand. You don't want to go into demo version. If you have the program, I mean, you don't want demo, okay? You want the if you download the program. No, I'm talking to somebody else, Michael. I'm two conversations going. Yeah, Sorrento is something that I have on the watch list. Is it triggering? It's not triggering because it's low volume. Shoot, too bad. It's low volume in terms of the relative volume. I'm not sure I know how to help you, Michael. You might have to go to our other tech support. I'm not sure I know how to help you. I'm just going to give it the home page. Sorry. Then you can start a tech discussion with somebody who might know a little bit more what you're trying to do. Sorry. I know has been a choppy one. Boy, look at that pop up there. Big pullback. I mean, the trend is up. Yeah, if you take fewer shares, there's no question, but it'll challenge you when you get these topping tails and bottoming tails, but there's no question. I mean, the trend is up. No question. Just a matter of, sizing position correctly with the correct stop. Well, my approach is always based on the chart, okay? But I'm a whole number player, and this doesn't, you obviously do not have to follow what I do. But I'm liking stocks that are just above the whole number a lot of times, so I can put a stop just underneath the whole number. Okay, it doesn't mean I take the trade just because it pops through a whole number, but otherwise, I'd be looking at the chart where I see resistance. So it's not a finite number, 10 cents away, 20 cents away. I'd be looking right. So if if I happened to have been in this trade right here, then that would have been my stop 720. Let's just say for argument's sake, I took the trade right, there. So my stop would have been 13 cents away approximately. So that would have been based on the chart. And then exactly, then I adjust because I'm going to risk the same amount per trade approximately. So I'm going to, that's how I'll share size myself. Yeah, the problem, Eric, and you know what? Go to info@trade-ideas.com and complain. I mean, I hate to do this to our guys, but it's been an often asked question. We look for confirmation, I think, on volume or something like that, so you're not getting the alert absolutely at the time. But why don't you send something and say, that's what I want, as the alert happens. Never mind volume confirmation or anything else. It's the same with our SMA crosses. Coming from a customer, more powerful than coming from me. LKNCY. LKNCY. Yeah, listen, I mean, it's had a great run. I just don't trade the pinks. So I really don't have any thoughts on it. I mean, it's a great looking run, but I just don't trade the pink sheets. So maybe other people who trade the pink sheets might have I mean, it almost looks like this was an IPO back here, but it trades in the pink sheets. Oh boy, I wish I hadn't been so sidelined here. ETRN, I wanted to take this on the 10 break. It's all to do with accounting and all that, how they, you look it up, okay? There are, sometimes they don't want to release earnings every quarter like a stock that's listed on the big exchanges have to. Yeah, they're typically, well, I mean, depends what you want to call a penny stock. Not necessarily a penny stock, no, because you can have penny stocks that are listed on NAS or it depends what you mean by a penny stock. But the regulations are not quite as strict, shall we say. All right, well, a little demo trade I took in the simulators, working okay. Boy, Angie is messy today. Actually, it's not as messy as I thought. I was looking at something else. This is actually not bad, guys. I mean, the longer it holds here. Meanwhile, HEPA, yes, wow. What a break for HEPA out of here. Now, a word about, pink sheets. And I mean, look, anything with a super low float, it may as well be a pink sheet stock. I mean, the way they trade. I mean, it's more regulated, of course. But, these trade, I would have said that these would have been pink sheet stocks years ago, the way they trade. No, it's all proprietary, Michael. So you don't have access to the filters. You don't have access to, like here, you could backtest your own alert windows. You'll never be able to backtest it because, well, that's what we do. We backtest it. I mean, that's the whole idea. We went through the backtesting procedure. That's why these ones made the cut today. All right, guys, you know what? I'm having more linking issues. What time is it? I wish it were almost close to my break because I'm having more linking issues now. My interactive broker link is broken. Keep an eye on Mogu, Mogu. This was an interesting one yesterday. So Leon, I have no experience with that, but you're talking about Bollinger Bands and all that. This is what we have, okay? Okay, this is what we have. These are filters, not alerts. Guys, I'm going to have to... just a second, I want to let... Yeah, okay, guys, I'm going to shut down my brokerage account. Okay, give me a moment here, guys. I'm going to have to reload my brokerage account. All right, guys, let me see if I get my linking back. Yes, okay, my linking is back now there. All right, guys. I'm going to take Angie. We're trying to get to the bottom of this and why this is not working for me. Boy, ANVS just absolutely getting killed now. Not shortable for me. It's just our data provider, Coameric. We're trying to we're trying to change our data provider. I actually was hoping that it was going to be beginning of this month to see if we can get more up. Well, you're right. There are some instances where there's no float information or short float information. It's just because that's what our data provider has or doesn't have. Guys, look at CPSH. CPSH. Look at the volume that was coming in here. Okay, it's not incredible, but remember, what time is it? 11:40. So this candle is just starting. CPSH is just starting. Okay, guys, this is what I'm going to do. I am going to reboot Trade Ideas. I just want to see, what time is it? 11:41. So I'll be taking my break pretty soon anyway. I want to reboot Trade Ideas. Unfortunately, I'm going to lose these original alerts, but that's just the way it is. I want to see if that's any sort of an issue. So just bear with me. Okay, that solved it. All right. Okay, we're back to normal. You see what I was saying? So now if I click on an alert, there's a symbol. This is what I was talking about. This is a big drop down menu. I can pick how many shares. There's the market. All right. It's just now I don't see the original alerts. I can do a history, I know, but it's just nicer not to have to do that. But all right. Just one of those things. Look at the volume that's coming into CPSH, guys. Look at that volume bar. See, the problem is now I don't know when the first alert happened. I want to know when the first alert from Mogu happened. When I do a reboot, I don't see it. I know I can do a history, but it's a bit of a pain. That's why I didn't want to do a reboot, but c'est la vie. All right, guys, I'm just kind of biding my time. I'll be taking my break in about 10 minutes. Just watching the SPY as it moseys on up. It's kind of a little pullback, another little pullback, but the trend is up so far on the SPY. Boy, meanwhile, HEPA, what a move. Had some pre-market action. I don't even think I wrote this one down, but it did have a little bit of pre-market action. And then market open, and it's been relatively steady on the 15s. A little more choppy on the 5s. Wait, what's the float in HEPA? Yeah, low float, 9 million in the float. It still has room. Look at that monthly chart. Looking left on that monthly chart, on the weekly chart, 526. Not saying it's going to get there, just pointing it out. That is where some resistance. Okay, guys, this one is in rippage mode. SVVC, something is happening with this one. Look at SVVC, First Hand Tech Value Fund. Not sure I have ever seen this one. Look at this one ripping. There's the 200-day moving average, unfortunately, right above it, 536. There is no trial, Ryan. You can try us out for a month. You know, it's just a month to month. It's not really a contract. We don't have free trials, though. It would cost you about $90, I guess, or $100 or so with the promo for a standard service. Yeah, I would forget about the Smart Stop. It has to be reworked. I'm just going to flat out say it. Okay, it really has to be reworked. I mean, it's a guide only, but you'll see a lot of the Smart Stops are 25 cents away. Not scientific. I mean, we're still struggling trying to come up with a more efficient Smart Stop. That's why I don't talk about it at all. Okay, new to this, how do I set it up? So you are a Trade Idea subscriber, Eminent. All right. Do you have any sort of a layout yet, or you just have a toolbar and that's it? First of all, you know, I should always remember before you do anything, I would encourage you to watch these. It won't take you 20 days. You know, I know it says 20 lessons in 20 days. It'll show you how you can create an alert window, how you can create a topless window, some of the very, very basic things within Trade Ideas, okay? Also, there's another training link. Okay, I would watch those. There are some videos in the training link, but I would take a look at the 20 short lessons. That'll get you at least started. The premium service, Ryan, has our AI, okay? It has our, you know, these are, wow, HEPA. I didn't even see HEPA came in here. What a day. I didn't even see that HEPA came in here. So this is, our AI has been on fire today. Look at this, there two alerts for HEPA. But that's our AI in action, Ryan. And that's part of our premium service. Man, I guess this is when I was monkeying around with all this. Too bad. I would have absolutely 100% taken that. Certainly on the 4 break for HEPA. Oh, look at this, guys. I mean, 22%. So there are 2 opportunities to get in. Well, it was certainly a wide stop for the AI. Also, 375, 307. That's a wide stop. Not sure what algorithm kicked in to give you that stop, but meanwhile, what is happening with this SVVC? See if there's any news on it. Look at this move, and it's a low float, 6.2 million in the float. I mean, on the weekly chart, in theory, it has room up to this 683 level. So it's a So it's an EV play, sort of. You wouldn't know it. Financial vehicles. Oh, so this is sort of like a SPAC, business development specializing investments in startups. Okay, so this is kind of like a SPAC. I'm really upset missing the HEPA. So there's the big difference, guys. I mean, if you want our premium service, if you want the AI, you have to subscribe to our premium service, okay? Then you'll get this window. Just load it in the morning and wait for the alerts to happen. That is our... Now, there was the alert right there from the AI right there. On that blue arrow right there, that was the alert. You can see on the y-axis, 375 was the alert, and there was the stop down here. I would have waited for a 4 break, you know. I know I would have, but the earliest any alert happens is at 9:35. Okay? That's the earliest. Doesn't mean you'll get an alert at 9:35, but that's the earliest. The first alerts this morning were at 9:42. Well, what did the alert tell you? It told you that it's a real time. So there was the alert, and it gave you the stop price. After that, you managed to trade. It said there was the alert at 375 with a stop at 307. Then you want to take the trade, you manage to trade. Got to find out who's on. Somebody's taking over in the YouTube feed today, so at noon. So find out who is on. I'll be taking my break in a couple of minutes. All of them, Hero. I don't discern. I have them all in one. You know, these are Holly Neo alerts. There's a Holly Grail alert. I have them all in one window. I don't care really from where they come. So the watch list up, yeah. The unfortunate thing is I had to do a reboot, but you'll notice, I mean, Angie was alerted a lot earlier, okay, but the theory is that you'll only see the first time that a stock gets alerted. Again, I did a reboot, so, you know, we're missing a lot of the ones earlier on in the day, but you'll only see the alert the first time. So for instance, this is not the first time it got alerted, but let's pretend it was at 11:39. There's the alert at 3:30. What has it done since? So you can take a look at, and in the repeating, every time Mogu makes a new high, you'll see it in this window. This will only show the alert the first time it happened. This will show it over and over again as the stock makes a new high. Raj, it's all here. Okay, everything is here. I'm not trying to be mean, but if I get asked for scans all the time, I'd be spending half my time putting links in the room. So this is why I put it here. Scans, okay, right here. They're all here, or in the Room Drive icon, half open folder, scans that I share, download. They're all there. Everything is there. You just pick and choose which ones you want, including the basic new highs and lows. There are profit targets. Sometimes you can't see them, Paul, because it's out of the screen. Or out of the chart. There are profit targets. Okay, guys, I am leaving the YouTube feed. So Steve Gomez is.
Starting. Hello. Good. Okay, there we go. I'm off mute. Let me check and make sure we got good sound. Perfect. All right. Bit of a delay for me. All right, welcome to my desktop here. My name is Steve. I'm user number 3 here at Trade Ideas. I've been using it since the birth of a platform. I've got Real Networks up here because I'm laughing. Brian, Shannon, and I chat throughout the day. And we both, he pulled up Real Networks. He said, hey, look at Real Networks here. Because I was in it before on this big move. And I said, yeah, relative volume's 0.35 and it's only done 48,000 shares. Well, about 2 minutes after that, here we are now at the end of that big move, almost 7 million shares and relative volume of 19. So that's just kind of funny. We both actually passed on that one and we're having a good laugh about it. That's all you can do is laugh. The golf gods, the trading gods and the golf gods share the same suite, but they have a funny sense of humor sometimes. All right. I saw a question from Patty. I think Barry may have left you hanging there. Will the promo code be good for a while? If the July 4th promo code expires, which I think it may have, I'm not sure, may have last night, we will always have another sale. We'll always have another promo code around the corner. If you can just pretty much look at the calendar and see all the significant days, whether it's July 4th, Mother's Day, Father's Day, Thanksgiving, New Year's, we're always going to probably have some sort of promotion tied to that calendar holiday. So just keep an eye on that. All right, hello Sam. Is there a way to set a default for Neo to auto trade with moderate mode and Holly to set default trade with conservative mode? I think I may have saw this question. It may have been you. It may have been somebody else. It's a good question, but I will pull up the mine's in the sim trade mode here. But if you go to the AI tab, which is where you would be, you only have 2 trading instructions, and that would be long or short. There's no way. Well, let me rephrase that. The only way you'd be able to do that is to say, okay, I want to take all the Neos, I'm going to turn them on. I would turn those on and enable those 4 strategies. And, and then I have to do the long and short. Well, if you wanted to come over to Holly 2.0, you literally would have to have another account at Interactive Brokerage, and you'd be doing this on a separate account. So I think that's the only way you'd be able to split up that trading instruction, because as you see in the menu, edit long, edit short. That's all we really have to play with here. And edit long, all longs are going to be moderate. And there it is. We're kind of locked into that global setting. So, Sam, I think the only way to do that would be to try and figure, and if it's worth it to you, I mean, you could talk to Interactive Brokers about splitting up 2 different accounts, having 2 different account numbers, and then, of course, you would have 2 different, I believe, Brokerage Plus modules running. I don't know if it's worth it to you to do that, just to try and work around that. Yeah, if it's not possible, what's the best way to modify the order? I would just say, for one order, I would say if you're editing your long instructions, and then remember, even in Neo, let me just turn that off and go back to something here. Neo has 2 different ways of entering a trade. One is a breakout long, and one is a pullback long. Well, I'm going to suggest to you that we want to key off of the breakout long, because the pullback long will take care of itself in terms of slippage. If you think about it, a lot of times on a pullback, there's probably a lot of liquidity there and the spread might be tight. But on a breakout, there's not as much liquidity, the spread might widen, and you have to be a bit more aggressive in your what we would call offset. All right, and let's talk about the offset. So if we go into edit long trading instructions, there's something in here called limit order. You want to use a limit. And I would suggest this. I love the number 11, and it's a negative number. What negative number means is how aggressive do I want to be? If I don't want to be very aggressive, I would use like a negative 3 cents, which means if I'm competing with everybody in that instant moment of time and there's no sellers that I can hit, 3 cents above the offer when the order was sent. So if the order was sent at an offer of 70 cents, I'm willing to not pay more than 73 cents using a value of negative 3. I suggest being a bit aggressive. Otherwise, if you use negative 3, you're going to be left behind a lot. I suggest 10 or 11 cents to try and make sure you get a participation. And again, what I'm keying off of the point that the Neo trades might have to reach up and grab that offer. The pullback trades will take care of themselves. You might get a lot better fills and you don't have to really worry about that offset for a pullback. But when these alerts are trying to buy on the offer and everybody's rushing to the offer to buy at the same time, and you might not be the fastest person out there or your connection might be a tad slower, you need that offset to make sure that you get some sort of a fill. How would you change back to conservative? Okay, so if you're in doesn't matter which ones you're in. These are the different segments, but you're only editing your long instructions. The question is how, once Holly 2.0 buys and moderate, how do I change back to conservative? So you would just come in here and you would just change the moderate back to conservative. I'm gonna give you my observation. And that is that moderate mode is going to work better. I understand how some people that are new might want to use conservative mode because that's kind of the allure of the whole thing. It takes you out of the decision process, and I think a lot of people that are new, especially, don't want to beat themselves up on making bad decisions, so you want to rely on the AI. The AI is serving excellent ideas in general. Across the board, if you look in aggregate, some days might not be that great, but at the end of the month, the AI has served some, I'm going to call it casino odds type of ideas. The value is in the entry. Where I'm noticing people are leaving a lot of money on the table is using that conservative mode because the AI is getting out of a lot of trades too soon. Let's see if we can find some examples. Okay, conservative right here. Here's conservative. These are the conservative values. This means that the AI got out of this trade in VSLR as kind of a trailing stop. And if you use your eye on the chart here, you can see where the color is dark and the color goes to a light gradient. That is giving us a signal that this is where the AI decided to exit on a trailing stop. The conservative profit was locked in, $149. That value will not change for the rest of the day. But right next to it, we have this moderate profit. This means if the trade is still open all the way into the bell, this value will continue to update. Here's a perfect example. Moderate's up 162. So the point is human beings have a better discretionary eye than the AI does when it comes to exiting these things. That one's about the same. And here's a wonderful example. Let's take a look at this. The AI snatched $74 out of the jaws of death, risking $100, and conservatively exited as a pullback. If you stayed in that trade, you're up 228. So what I'm trying to get at is if you really want to pull back into conservative mode, you might be leaving a lot on the table, Sam. I would suggest, and the second part of all this lesson is to use a 15-minute chart and to use the 10-period moving average as your guide. Right now we have a decision point here. Is the moving average going to push the price higher in VSLR? If it is, then stay in the trade. If the candle closes in 7 minutes below this 10-period moving average, get out of the trade. That's about as simple as I make it, and you can make it that simple too. So I think you leave money on the table if you just elect to let the AI exit for you. Don't be afraid to manage the trade yourself and then just pull up a 15-minute chart with a 10 SMA and see if that can help you. Debbie, if I wanted to cancel a stop order and enter a trailing stop, can I cancel the stop in B+? The best thing to do is just, this is what I do. Not that, well, that's the other account. That's a live account. We'll keep that off there. Brokerage Plus. All right, so let's say I've got, I'm in FCell, And let's say I want to just, your question is how do you cancel this up? So I need to go in here first. Add stop order is the easiest way to do it. Right click, add stop order. Let's say my stop order was at 248. Well, it's easy to see on the chart. Any second here. There we go. So the easiest way to cancel, in my opinion, is to just grab the chart, left click the mouse, and then hit the delete button. It'll ask you, do you want to delete this order? There we go. Cancel this order? No. What if you just want to turn that order, that original stop order, into a trailing stop? Grab it and drag it and trail it right there. And look, you'll see your profit and loss statement will show up. You can pull it back a little bit and make sure you're still up 11,000 in simulated play money here, of course. But that's the best way to manipulate stops. If you just want to cancel it outright, click it, delete, confirm, gone. That's the easiest way. A once only order. Okay, so your question, Sam, is how do I just, let's see, I think there might be an easier way to do that. If we go back to the strategies, let's do this. Okay, I got it. I understand what you're saying now. Do you see this column right here called time stop? This is the one that you want to locate. So I don't have, these are both discretionary trades. Let's say one of these trades popped up here and VSLR was on my screen and it was showing up as AI Neo. Okay, it's going to have a time stop. It's probably going to be 10 minutes to the close. So the question, I understand now, the answer to your question is to scroll over and find this time stop. If you don't have it, right click and go to columns and add it. All you have to do is right click on the trade order and see right here it says modify time stops. That'll be available for you. It won't be grayed out. You would click that and you would basically select the option that says delete time stop. So to answer your question, a single trade, highlight the trade column row. If there's a time stop value in there, you need to disable that. Right click, modify time stops, and that'll take care of it. I'm glad you qualified your question, Sam. That is definitely a good question. Ryan's trying to load something from the cloud, but you can't get it to load. Do you want to load can you paste the cloud link in here into the chat window and I'll see if I can load it. It may be a bad link, a broken link. Yes, Scott, the charts are not tick-by-tick charts. Our chart servers update about every 8 or 9 seconds, I think. You'll see updates on the charts. You will see tick-by-tick updates in our scans. Our scans are always real-time to the moment, but our charts are not tick-by-tick charts, so there may be some delay sometimes. If you're playing really fast-moving musical chairs type low-float stocks, you may want to consider, and you need that speed. You may want to consider like an eSignal account or a charting service account. We're not really considered a charting service. That's just more of a complement to what we are considered a real-time live scanner. All right, Scott. Damien, was the AI revamped? Seems to be working better this week. It was revamped on AI 1 and 2, but that was about 3 weeks ago. So, like I said earlier, at the end of the month, it's got casino type odds. It might have a bad week, it might have a couple bad days, but in the end, it's going to find its way, and the trades are going to be pretty solid in the long run. It has been doing a little better, yeah. It's just probably a function of the market. It back tests every evening, and probably 1 million to 2 million simulated trades and rejiggering and revamping of the filters. And since the market has just been so damn consistent, maybe the AI is finding a pretty good foothold in what it's coming up with in the machine learning process at night. Being a simpleton can be. Oh, there's Mike. Yes. In regard to the 10 SMA, being simple is good. Because I used to look at MACDs and histograms and all that stuff, and if you wait for all the planets to line up, sometimes you're going to miss a lot of ideas. Yeah, Debbie says the interactive brokerage charts are pretty good, and if you have an account with them. If you're using B plus in simulated mode, had some stops set through a trading strategy that were ignored. I'm not really sure, and there's too many details to even probably go into it. The best thing to do, Debbie, is to create a support ticket at info@trade-ideas.com. And then also for anybody that's doing automated trade, I'm sure, Debbie, you should be familiar with this by now, but after you send in that email, you can go to help, and all you have to do is click this button one time, and then it'll send a link to our back office of your log files for auto trading. And then that way it'll give us a better idea of what's happening. Is Brokerage Plus a separate product? Yeah, Brokerage Plus. No, I'm sorry. Excuse me. I thought you were talking about Interactive Brokerage. Brokerage Plus recently became part of the suite. So as long as you are a member of the standard version, you can use Brokerage Plus to auto trade your own stuff. Let me revamp that. You can use it to manually trade and discretionarily trade your IB account on the standard version. On the premium version with us at Trade Ideas, that allows you to auto trade your own custom strategies and also the AI if you want. It's no longer a standalone product. Okay, somebody's asking about the channel Alpha Predator. And what I would say is anytime you go to any one of these channels, there's a way in which you can kind of work through. I'll work through them and show you what I would look at. We have two top list windows and we have a multi-strategy. Let's start with the top list. These are just updating every 30 seconds. There's no new high, new low. It's just giving us an idea, and they're sorted by 5-minute change. So what we do is we go to configure. The easiest thing to do is to go to the summary tab. So these are scans that are showing us where all of these filters are being satisfied. So your answer is basically right here. The stocks are 50 cents or higher. The volume today is at least 100,000 shares. The last 5-minute is 250% of normal 5-minute volume. Stocks that were up in the last 2%. So it's self-explanatory. What else? There's probably something else going on in here. So they're just things that are on the move. And if we just click into them, we can see there's a daily chart. This thing is moving highly on the daily and it's moving higher on the intraday. So this is one that's definitely in play. There's no guarantee that a stock being on here 10 minutes after the open is going to do this all day. But every 30 seconds, this scan will show us things that are moving in real time. I don't like to look at those pre and post markets. You can turn those off. And the second one down here, action is heating up. Okay, what's happening over here? We'll look at the summary. 1 in 100, I'm sorry, 1 in 1,000 is the stock prices. The volume today is at least 50,000 shares. Stocks where the volume in the last 5. Okay, so this is basically looking at stocks where in the last 5 minutes it's doing 300% or 3 times normal what a 5-minute candle would do for that specific name. We know that because we have a database on every symbol, and we can compare the current 5-minute volume candle to what it normally does, going back a few weeks with many 5-minute candles broken down. And then lastly, stocks where the price was up at least 2% from the Okay, so stocks that are up 2% and are doing 300% of 5-minute candles, that's pretty much telling the story of what's happening in this one. This one's going to be a bit more. Looks like there's only one strategy here called Alpha Predator. So this one requires an event. So the event is a new 5-minute high. Okay, so these are stocks making a new 5-minute high. And then again, I'm not going to read through all these, but you can see there's a lot of qualifications now. Every single one of these filters must be met. And so that's what's going on the Alpha Predator channel. This is likely a channel for people who want to day trade and scalp and be in and be out quickly. Myself as a swing trader, I don't really have anything to do with this channel. But there's something for everybody. I'm going to load my own layout and go back to it. Okay. IFRX, somebody says. That's a lot of bar reversals on that candle. Decent relative volume. I wouldn't buy it here. It's certainly a chase, but something to keep an eye on. Can I change the risk amount for Neo and 2.0? I want to risk 2,000. Again, it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be a global, Sam, it's going to be a global setting. You can't delineate one AI segment with trading instructions that are different from the other. They're all going to be either long or short trading instructions. Debbie, you send the log files by going to, well, first it's going to be advisable to send us a detailed email that you're sending the log file in, and this is what happened, and this is when it happened, and this is the symbol, and why didn't my stop fire, and once you've done that, follow it up by going to help, and then send files to support. Just click that once. I'm not going to click it and clog it up, but you can click that one time, and then that way we can marry up your email with the log files. All right, what else? Your custom formulas don't show up in your trade ideas list once created. The way in which you should see them, if they're there, this is where you're going to see them. Just as a side note, you go to the search tab, go all the way to the bottom. They're all parked down there at the bottom. If you don't see the U number formula at the bottom of the search tab, then there might be a problem. You maybe have to send an email, but hopefully you'll see them there. That's where they should be. Would I auto trade Holly? No, because I'm a swing trader. I take my own entries. I'm more interested in contrarian type entries. Like, let me show you yesterday. Somebody's asking a good follow-up question. What's your favorite swing trade? Well, this is a scan I talk a lot about. I need to go to yesterday. I think yesterday had some good ones. We'll see where they are today. All right. Notice where the blue arrow is on my 15-minute chart here. These are contrarian entries. I'm looking for stocks that have a good daily chart. How do I know they have a good daily chart? Here's a real simple concept. A filter called SCORE. Where'd you go, SCORE? Here it is, stock composite rating, 80 minimum. So I'm saying I'll take the B students and the A students technically and fundamentally. And if I do that, I've basically just kind of combined a bunch, 10 or 12 filters together to give me a nice looking chart that's probably going from the lower left to the upper right. So that's the bigger picture. The zoomed in picture is what the alert gives me in real time. It's showing me new lows on the day, but those new lows happen to come down and tap right on the 10 period moving average. And that is the 10-day moving average in that case. And those are ones that I start to get really interested in. Let's take a look at a few more. Look at that entry. Who wouldn't want to have Zila? I didn't buy it, but I will gladly share this scan. But price was 80.23. Who wouldn't want to have had that moment in time? Now let's look at this. I mean, it's a beautiful, I'm going to get my pen out. It's a beautiful filling of the gap, which is always another plus. That's not what I want. That's a calculator. The filling of the gap was certainly important. If I'd have been looking for a trade in this moment and wasn't maybe helping somebody and was kind of scanning this thing and looking strong, this was a decent looking chart. Nice daily chart. The moment in time was when it came down, pierced the 10-day moving average, and also as a bonus, filled the gap right there. So when everybody else is kind of waiting for this kind of breakout right here to jump in and chase the herd, I, over the years, have discovered if I can find the right setup, I would rather be the guy who's taking the stock off of the person who's panicking that bought the gap up yesterday and saying, I don't want to be in this anymore. But to me, it makes perfect sense to pick it up right there on the daily chart. That's what I like to look at. That's for you also, Michael, my favorite swing trade setup. So let's look at what else might be on here from yesterday. Roughly in the money, but you had to sit a little bit of pain. That one's not working. They're not all going to work. That one's working for the most part. Again, these are all triggered yesterday. What was that price? 80.02. Okay, so that was roughly there. You had to sit a little bit of pain in that one. But it's working. Billy. Had to sit a little bit of pain in that one. I don't like that giant red candle here. I would have passed on that one. I think we looked at that one before. That was a beauty. 2 days of pullback, boom, right on the 10-day moving average, and it reverses. The algos stop, switch, reverse, course, thrusters, and move higher all the way today. So sometimes these can be really interesting entries. You might have to sit through a little pain. You might have to sit through nothing at all happening, but the following day, sometimes these can come alive. So I'll put this back on real time, and I will share it, assuming that somebody is going to ask about it, having it. All right, copy all, and it's called the Jam Down Buy to the 10 SMA. I also like this one. It's called the A table, but it doesn't give me that moment in time like this one does. This is just a list of ideas. Some of them might be extended, like SFIX. I wouldn't buy this right here with anybody else's money. It's way extended. So I'd be looking for things on here throughout the day, like Restoration Hardware that have a pretty good float, short of 27%, pretty tight range here. You know, a tight range like that might be one where you actually do set an alert right about there and just say, I'll take it if it does break out because the range is so tight. So that's another one that I like. When will the official Swing AI be released? I'm not sure. I don't have a time frame on that. I wish. I think there's some additional server settings and architecture that have to be built, and they're still working on. Yep, Michael, that was shared for you. All right, looks like, yeah, people, as I was talking, a lot of people were asking for it. I just assumed it. Is the trading strategy order detail tab there are fields for a stop formula and limit formula? Yeah, if they're grayed out, they're probably a future placeholder, perhaps. You can't copy that link. Let's see if I click on that link. This is what happens. If you click on the link in the chat, it takes you there. And then look, if I highlight the cloud, there's your code right there. You just copy that and then load from cloud. And there it is. It should work for you, but I can do it again. Save and share. Copy. Try that again. Okay, looks like you got it. All right, let's see what's going on here. Let me do all segments real quickly on the AI, and we'll do what we like to do. Hey, it's almost like it was waiting for me to call that out. Remember I said a few minutes ago this VSLR was reaching our critical decision point today, and if you got out with the AI, you might be leaving money on the table. All you need to do is pay attention to what is the price doing at these rising 10 SMAs. And this is where you sit on your hands and say, don't even think about selling this. It looks like it's going higher. And let me add a little bit here. Here comes the prior high this morning, right? I'd probably start selling some right up here. You always want to be contrarian. I was talking a moment ago about buying when they were selling from the jam down alert. Same thing goes when taking profits. Just when you think it's looking perfect and you want to just jump up and pat yourself on the back and take a victory lap, you should be selling a chunk of it. Maybe not all of it, but a good chunk. And if you start to develop that habit, think about all the trades adding up at the end of the month where you did that for a profit versus waiting for the trade to break, and you along with everybody else is waiting for the same thing, and you're all rushing for the exits at once. and your profits are still there, but they're diminished over time and trade after trade. So just think about how much you could probably put at the bottom line at the end of the month if you start taking your winning trades, and when they're blasting off to new highs, taking profits. And in this case, do we have anything to look at? No, we don't. What I would do is I would go left and look at the resistance point. So if we had a resistance point coming up, without a doubt, that's where you want to sell some. I did that in F sell on Monday. It actually triggered pre-market, but it was right about here. I was looking at that line. Okay, support, support, roughly support. And I just said, geez, if I can get that price, I'll take it. And so 1/3 of the price was sold yesterday. I'm sorry, I need to move this price up here. This was yesterday. That was my level. Resistance, I'm sorry, I was looking for resistance, support. I just saw it. When you look left here, when all you've got to do is look left, and this candle is just opening up, maybe we can just draw this perfectly. There we go. When all you've got to do is look at this information right here, and you're in the money, and you see F sale gapping up, and you're already positioned. Look at this candle right here. This is where you want to start saying, hey, if the stock makes a new high into that resistance level, maybe I want to take off 1/3, and that's exactly what I did yesterday. I'm still long 2/3. Kind of wish it would have. I kind of wish I would have sold some more, but honestly, this was the next level of resistance, and I got greedy, and so now I have to kind of wait for everything to reset and see if we can do that. But the point is, I was making is when you take your profits, take them when the thing goes to new highs, and to time it right, look left on the history of the daily chart and see where the next resistance level is, and those are levels that you can start to really take some good profits. Let's look at the next example here. Okay, still no harm, no foul. The 10 SMA is getting ready to hopefully hold right there. And if you haven't gotten out, you don't want to get out here. You want to see what's going to happen at that inflection point. Another beautiful example on run. Perfect sideways action, and look at that. There's our prior high. You should probably be selling some up here. Let's see. Let's look left on the chart and see if there's any reason. Nope. Same thing. Looks very similar to that VSLR. Heating equipment. Must be the same type of company. Interesting. We talked about that one. That's a double. And then this one's on the short side, so this one just didn't work at all. Yeah, this one's going the opposite direction. All right, let me catch up on some questions. Why do you show the change from the 8-day SMA column? Where are you seeing that? Change from the 8-day SMA? Is that in one of my scans? Change 8-day right here. Let's see. I don't know. Let's go to columns. Change from the day. You know, that's a great observation. I don't know why it's in there, and I don't want it in there. What I do want in there, and let's go correct that. Change from the 10-day SMA. That's what it should be. I don't know why it was the 8. Great observation there, Peter. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So if you guys want to do the same thing, I just deleted the column for the 8 SMA. I went to search, found the 10, changed from 10 SMA in percent, and we'll just add the column using the button here. And that pops it in there for me. And let's lock it in. There we go. Boom. Now it's changed. You're right. I have no idea why it was referencing the 8. I may have started to build this alert. I think that's what it was. I think that's what happened. I started building this alert before we had the 10 SMA, and I was using the 8. And that's exactly what happened. I remember now. I overwrote the change from the 8 SMA to, in the scan anyway, I changed it to the change to the 10. But I forgot to change the column to monitor it. It just goes to show you I don't monitor the value in the column. I'm purely visual. I just want to see visually. Look left, start on the zoom out of the daily, and then zoom in, look right, see where you are. Where can we get all of your swing trades? Well, I only really have two. This parkour is not, I don't really use this. I was kind of experimenting with that. My three pretty good go-to. Here's a good example of a hammer candle on the daily. I think we can all see that pretty obviously. A nice washout on the open, algorithm stop hunt, and then move back up, slide back up to the high end of your range. Typically, that kind of signals the end. Look at that, even a bonus down here, perfectly, this is what algorithms do, perfectly taking out the low of these 2 days to try and see if there are any more sellers that are panicking below that level. And once the selling dries up, that's where the algos reverse. And it happens in an instant right there. That moment in time really is not much time. But that's where the algos, I believe, like to reverse things. So this scan is called the washout bounce. It looks for things like that. There's only one more stock on here, Caesars, another similar washout. So you can have that. I gave you the jam down, and I will give the A table as well for anybody who's like not had these yet. For people who like to scan for hammer candles, the jam down is really good. I'm sorry, washout bounce. I'm sorry, washout bounce. Scan for hammer candles. And then the A table is just simply a list of ideas that have high short float. And then it's up to me to come in here and say, hey, that's not bad. I kind of like that wedge that's building there. I might keep an eye on this. And if it goes to a brand new high, maybe I'll just pop an alert in there. That could be an interesting setup. If I was looking to jump into something, I would consider something like that. What do we got here? Short float of 23%. Pharmaceutical company. Speaking of, let's check in on the trade of the week. It's just kind of wailing back and forth. I'll talk about this later today in my webinar. Oh, good. Okay. All right, Jim, glad you can hear me. I suffer with the mute as well. Sometimes on these live YouTube streams, if you're not careful, it seems like if you drag your mouse across the screen, it takes the volume with it. I hate it when that happens. If you reverse a position that was established with a trading strategy, would it have the strategy stop, or would you need to enter that with a stop in your position window? I believe what it would do is it would go to the short trading instructions. So if you are trading long and it's one of the strategies and all of a sudden you decide, hey, you know what, I want to reverse this, and Debbie's talking about the reverse button right here. I want to reverse this. Well, it's just going to turn around and it's going to look at what was your long and disregard that. It's going to say, okay, well, what are the short instructions? So short instructions could be different. Maybe you have less aggressiveness on your short. So when the reverse button is hit on a strategy, it's a great question. I'm just kind of winging it here. I'm pretty sure that it's going to always look to, since it's going to the direction that's opposite, it's going to flip over to the menu of the opposite direction, long to short, short to long, and use those trading instructions. So here's that F cell again. I mean, this is a real world trade, and I've only got 1/3 off for a good profit. I would have loved to have gotten another third off there, but I had no technical reason to do it. So now I've got to wait. I've got to wait for this thing to reset. So yesterday, basically the trade broke. Actually, I'm going to show you something too. The trade kind of broke for most of the day right there. What was interesting though was at the end of the day, I noticed something, and I actually screen grabbed it for the webinar later. Here's the first one. So there we go. There was this in real time yesterday. I thought something was interesting. Very tight range, and I noticed it didn't really want to go much lower than that. Very tight range candles. I didn't see it going much lower. And then all of a sudden, I noticed something. I'm going to talk about this in my webinar today. The 1 minute volume. This is probably the shortest time. It is the shortest time frame that we can monitor here at Trade Ideas. The 1 minute volume started to jump off the page. It was at 50 or 80% most of the last hour, and then all of a sudden it kind of winked at me and said, "Hey, 1 minute volume is picking up." And, it took a few minutes, maybe 5 minutes if I recall. But in the end, by the end of the day, it was kind of tipping me off to the fact that it was ready to at least pop a little bit into the close. And that's what it looked like right before the close. And then, of course, you can see the volumes really crept up, and the 5 minute caught up and started playing the game too. And into the close, we had some nice volume. So that's a fun little filter that you can use and monitor here in the single stock window. And again, I'll show people in today's webinar how to do that. So from here, it was not lost on me that that was the low of yesterday's gap, and kind of came down here to tickle that area and see what happened. And then maybe we got a nice reversal, and now we're getting a bit of a confirmation of that reversal as the last few candles are now being supported back to my intraday momentum line. That's definitely what I want to see. One of the things I've noticed about these little junk stocks, and I call them junk stocks because when they get moving, they are crazy. And I'm going to talk about this again. I don't want to start peeling off too much content of what I'm going to talk about today. But these stocks, you just got to sit back and let them work for you, because they're so darn easy to get out early and kick yourself. And that's one of the reasons I sold 1/3. I want to try and sell another third for a moderate profit, and then that third, I don't even want to look at. I just want to let it work. Why? Because this is what these charts are doing. Take a look at some of these charts over the last 6 days. Just crazy overnight gaps. Ballard Power is another one similar to FCell. You probably thought you were happy to sell some here and some here, and if you'd have left that 1/3 and not worried about it, you got some major monster gaps. And these are all kind of new energy right now. FCell and I think a lot of them are also keying off of Tesla. BLNK was another one. Look at these things just have a mind of their own when they get going, in terms of the money is really made on the gap overnight. I think we looked at Solo already. Yeah. I had a couple of other examples, but it's easy to get out too soon. So what you want to try and do is let those last third winners ride of these little junk stocks, and that's what I'm trying to do in FCell. All of our afternoon webinars are at 5 Eastern. This one's called the Trade of the Week webinar. We'd kind of talk about the email that went out yesterday. It was an idea over the weekend to watch this NK, which is on the, there it is. It's on the A table. So I derived it from the A table, and it caught my eye. It's got a good short float of 16%. But pharmaceuticals right now, we all know, probably could be an interesting ticket. I'm wondering, why not just focus on AI if it has a higher probability? Well, I don't focus on it because I feel my 30,000 hours of doing this has higher probabilities of what I'm looking for swing trading. What I'm looking for is not really what the AI is looking for. What the AI is doing is just giving us probabilities. So the value here, let's say somebody has been, laid off, and they've got a little money, and they've always wanted to learn trading, just like about 1 million other people, it sounds like, out there right now. It's a very interesting time to be in the markets. The retail brigade, especially with on social media with Dave Portnoy from Barstool Sports, it's been a very entertaining adjunct to our business. A lot of people are coming, and they don't really know where to start, and the market is hard enough itself to try and figure out, okay, what niche do I want to start figuring out how to play? You got to just get in, get your feet wet, get your face wet, hold your breath, get underwater and swim, and start learning through trial and error. And I think one of the best ways to do that and to not get yourself in trouble is to allow the AI to serve up entry ideas for a new trader. If you're a trader who's been around for 3 or 4 years and you know what you're looking for, you're using trade ideas in a completely different way than a brand new trader. So you're using our scans to hone down and micro filter exactly what you're looking for in the moment of time. But I feel the AI's value is really for newer traders that don't really know what to look for, but they can get in there and kind of get in the school of hard knocks and get some experience, some seat time, if you will. is there a way to get alerts or trade idea info on phone? You know, we have an SMS, but it's an archaic architecture, and sometimes people have said it took 5 minutes before they actually got a text on their phone. It's really hard to set up, and we're not really encouraging it because we're trying to build out a notification system. We realize the value of a mobile notification system would be awesome. Hey, I see the value, and let's say, what's that one we just marked up? Okay, so, and this is probably where it's going to start, by the way, something along these lines. Okay, so I really liked Restoration Hardware, and I really liked BVHN. What if I could come in here on my price alert and say, hey, I'm going to step away from my desk. Let's go ahead and click into my mobile phone, notifications turned on. So maybe I'm down the street getting ready to put a mask on and go into Rite Aid, and all of a sudden I get a notification. Well, that notification is going to be real time because it's going to be part of our system. As it is right now, it has to exit our system and go through the plumbing of the SMS, which is very inefficient and can get bottlenecked. So we don't really want to steer people in that direction yet until we get this thing built out that we're talking about, because it makes perfect sense to be notified. And then you can quickly log on to your Robinhood, E-Trade, whatever, and say bye and go about your business. Which channel is good for day trading? I showed earlier the Alpha Predator is good for day trading. There's a lot of fast-moving items on there with good volume. That's good for day trading. Stocks surging, same kind of a thing. You know, probably surging on volume. The Traders Vault has a lot of our personal scans in there. There's one in there called Extreme Volume High-Low Pro, and that is a yellow and green alert colors. That is also a good one for day trading. I might even have a copy of that in here so you can see what it looks like. Extreme Volume High-Low Pro will look like that on the Traders Vault, and you just save it to your cloud, then open it up. It is going to be giving us ideas, both long and short, in the same window. Oh, there's a VSLR. Look at that. The AI is onto the same kick as this particular manual scan is. Run. There's another AI scan that's on there. And again, this is not connected to the AI. Okay, OSTK was on there early and often, it looks like. Let's go back in time a little bit. This is today's history. What I like to do with this scan is you can look at this one in the morning after the open. And where are we? Yeah, probably about after the open around here. So these are the names. VSLR was early. Run was early. We've seen those already. What else is on here? Argin. Okay, that was on there. Region. To the downside, VERI was on there. So this can be an interesting day trade, but it's back to the momentum game. You're competing with other people and you're buying new highs and hoping that the high you buy, somebody else comes along and pays a higher price for it. Fun. Tailwind. Just triggered. First thing I do when you look at these EAIs, and for the moment I've got on all of them, and I'm going to put Neo back on in a second, but before I do, this is why I'm going to put Neo back on. The AI just triggered something that has kind of a not really interesting chart to me. It's 0.58 relative volume. I'm not interested in 0.58 relative volume. Let's go to Neo. This is why I like to stay only on Neo. VSLR, 20 times relative volume. Now you're talking. HEPA, 68 times relative volume. Now you're talking. Oh, and by the way, remember we talked about that pullback? Well, let's just check in on that pullback. It bounced perfectly as it should. So you stay in the trade. Lastly, run 19 times. So I'm illustrating a point why I don't like to look at the other AIs. The only AI I actually find value in personally is the one that's really kicking ass here today. And that's not always the case, but at least it's giving us a starting point of decent relative volume. You like that, Peter? I'm one of those guys who puts the mask on literally as the doors are opening. I can't stand them. It's ripped off my face the moment I get my receipt. All right. Can you share the A-table link? I thought I did. You're right. I started talking about it and I didn't. I get to talking and start venturing down different holes. Okay, so let's go ahead and drop the A-table in here. And this is a different scan. It's a top list, not only going to update every 30 seconds. All right, we got a few more minutes together. I think Barry generally starts broadcasting again at 5 minutes to the hour. Can you please also share the volume? Which one was the volume one? Can you please also share the volume one as well? I'll have to refresh my memory where you saw that. If it was the one that I was showing you in green and yellow, that's on the Traders Vault. The webinar today would be at 5 Eastern. If you don't have a link emailed to you, matter of fact, let me pop that in here. It should be able to be signed up for. I think I have a short link for that. Let me just I know where that is. Hold on. I got to go here. And trade of the week. I'm going to send you to the webinars page. And anybody else that wants it. And if you sign up soon enough before an hour, so that'd be before 4 Eastern, you should get an email. That's our webinars page. The one we just downloaded, yeah, I can just pop a copy. I think you meant this one. So we would just save and share. Extreme volume, high-low. Again, if you miss it or you're watching this later, it is on the Traders Vault. You just go to this channel right there and you can see that green and yellow colored one. All right, I think I'm caught up. We had about 75 people in there. That's pretty good. Seems like the word's getting out on these noon webinars. And this really is the best place to come and get your question answered. If you can just wait for the next day at noon Eastern, or if you're in Barry's room and you get Barry's attention, he can show you. But this 1 hour is just primarily focused on the YouTube chat, not Barry's private room that he kind of monitors back and forth. So if you need something visually demonstrated for you or help with something, talking on the phone doesn't do anybody any good. It's just kind of a waste of everybody's time. You want to come to these noon Eastern events, and we are very much in tune with getting as much information out as possible for the new users who are finding maybe a little bit of steep learning curve, which is to be expected. This is a very robust program with a lot of ways you can go here. It's not just plug and play. We realize that, but that's what makes this product so good, is once you do figure out how you want to use it and the language you want to speak with it, it's pretty damn powerful. Thank you, Debbie. So yeah, I mean, there's really a right way to provide, visual support, and I think we can do it one day for 1 hour a day here, and really focus on getting everybody the attention they need. Because phone support just doesn't work unless you want to sign up for a year or change your credit card number or something like that. Do you have any videos on swing trading? I don't have necessarily a video on swing trading, but I can get you what we call our ebook. Hang on 1 second for that. I think I've got a good link for the ebook. And in the ebook, there's a few chapters on swing trading and a few different scans, including the A table. I go into depth on the A table in that chapter of swing trading. But no real videos. I just kind of talk about stuff randomly in these webinars. I try and keep it as simple as possible. I love the 10-day moving average. I love the 10 SMA moving average on a 15-minute chart. Those are my two time frames and my two go-to indicators. I like to look at volume, relative volume. But again, a lot of my ideas do come from the A table. I'm not interested in this. Why would I want to be the person to buy the 6th green candle? I'm just asking for it. Let's see what Carvana looks like. Yeah, the red scan parkour. Parkour is just ideas that we're trying to find stocks that gapped up and then are coming into their gap. Not a lot of good ideas today, it looks like. And I don't really use this one. I'll let you know that, but you can play around with it. And I'll share that. I just figured it was a cute name if you gap up and then bounce off my favorite 10 SMA. All right, guys, I'm going to say goodbye. Barry's streaming now. I'm going to save my voice for this afternoon. I'll see some of you guys later. So happy trading. Be patient. Be patient on the winners. Let them.
Green candle forming, but you know the Dow is now. Remember, we were positive. NAS is still up a little bit. SPY and Dow are down. Tech is up just a little bit. But I'd be a little leery of your longs unless they're really trading on their own. Well, obviously, I mean, the higher that number, obviously, shouldn't say obviously, but I mean, then the more dramatic and dynamic. I usually put about a 3 as a minimum. I mean, but you can experiment, of course. Some people's put 10, as a relative volume. You're not going to see as many stocks, but you will see ones that are going to be incredibly active. But incredibly active can also mean, whipping up and down. So I think I took them off. I actually think I took off the sound alerts, to be honest, because in the shared, then you can put them on yourself. The reason I did that is that people weren't realizing well, that is almost impossible, but let's see. Yeah, I'm getting my little applause. Are you sure you have an accident? Are you getting sound alerts from other alert windows? Are you sure you haven't accidentally? This is the toggle, remember, on and off. Are you getting sound alerts from other alert windows? Okay, well, make sure. Yeah, there's an on-off switch right beside the idea surfing. There's an on-off switch. That icon right there. Okay. Aha, there you go. Angie on the move a little bit, excuse me, a little bit here, guys. Anvis is on the move, guys. ANVS. This could, again, this was so active early. Incredibly active early. Got all the way up to 10, or a little over 10. That's on that 10 o'clock candle before it really, really pulled back. So what you'd like to see, though, if you're going to get into this one, what you want to see is some volume. This might pop up out of this area, which would be nice, but you want to see it done on volume. You want to see a lot of enthusiastic traders getting involved again. And, the enthusiasm can be basically judged by how much volume there is. So, look at the 5-minute chart. Look how the volume is just dried right up. It's still 129,000 shares here, but what you want to see is, let me back this out a bit. Okay, so, what if we got even something like that volume? Certainly that volume would be awesome, but that volume, see how it's just kind of drying up? All right, guys, it is now 1:02. I think I'm going to do my video right now. Can you guys hear me in the YouTube feed? I don't know if Steve is gone yet. All right, so you guys can hear me? Okay, so I have to go. I'll be right back, though. I'll be back no later than 1:30. Do my daily video. I always say 1:30, just in case I run into some technical issues doing it, but I should be back sooner than that. But I will just put the announcement in then. So I'll be back around 1:30. All right, guys, I'm back. Is that right? Is that what happened with Solo? Let's see. Yeah, you are right. Direct offering. Yeah, not a big reaction. You're right. Not a big reaction. And Solo is shortable at Interactive Brokers anyway. Now the only issue is down 17%. It may be difficult to get to short because of the uptick rule. Or get to short the way you want it, where you want it. So Raj, when you say how do buy and sell alerts work, you have to be a little more specific. Where are you talking? Are you talking about in the AI? Like where are you talking? What buy and what sell alerts? In the AI? Well, it's pretty simple. You load this window. First of all, do you have our premium service? Raj, do you have our premium service? I'm just talking to, okay, well, how they work, what I would do you have, first of all, do you have this window open? The strategy trades all window open. If you don't, then go to the toolbar and click on New from the toolbar, New, and then click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay? When you click on that, this window will pop up. You can now incorporate this as part of your layout. Okay? You will not get any alerts. You know, tomorrow if you incorporate this as part of your layout, when you see it, before the market opens, it'll be blank. And you just wait for the alerts to happen. These are real-time alerts. There's a stop price. And then basically when you get the alerts, you manage the trades as you see fit. There's nothing really for you to do in terms of filtering or anything. I mean, you just wait for the alerts to happen. Some alerts you might like, some you may not like. But it's really that simple. Just make sure you have this window loaded. Look at this one, guys. Now, Cers, CERS. This is a market high. This is the pre-market high of around $8. All right, so I would start with the 20 videos. All right, I would absolutely start with this link here, the 20 short video lessons, okay? That'll get you going. And then we also have another training link. But start off with those video lessons. They're not video lessons, they're text, but basically, run you through how to create a top list window, how to create an alert window. Oops, sorry, that's the same one. Just give me a second. Where are you training link? Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, just a second. There we go. Okay, here you go. So here are the two links, okay? The training link actually has some. Here's what the 20, again, 20 lessons in 20 days. You can go at your own pace. It certainly would not take you 20 days. All right, but you can go through all of these. And then the training link also has this, but it also has these two. TI University, there are a series of videos here. And brand new to the markets, take a look at our Back to Basics webinar series. And then we also have these webinars here. These are not the same webinars. These are the webinars that we have from Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. So lots of, lots of training. Okay, so TI option. So this is what we do have for options. Whether if you're a pure option trader, all I can tell you is that these are the option filters that we have. So we have some obvious ones. No, maybe not obvious, but the put call ratio. Option volume, this one is the average over the last 10 days, average number of contracts, both puts and calls. This is, of course, the option volume today, puts today, calls today. This is the key one that might help you trade options. So the option volume today percent, if I click on this, add the filter, let's just say I put 200 in here. What that means is, let's just say over the last 10 days, a stock has traded or has had 2,000 contracts, a total of 2,000 contracts on average over the last 10 days. If you put 200 in here, that means that stock will have had to have had 4,000, in other words, double the number of contracts. So it's basically allowing you to see stocks with abnormal option activity. Whether or not you think that is going to help you, yeah, this is a trick, okay, that I would do. All I would do is use this filter. Option volume today, put 1 in here, okay? Just put 1 in there. And obviously if a stock is optionable, it'll have at least traded 1. If it's not optionable, you won't see it. Okay? Yeah, THM. Yeah, I mean, it's really starting to surge here. What was the first alert? 221. Boy, Nio's on a mission. Almost a red bar ignored here. Look at this. I mean, taking out yesterday's high like nothing. Where's William? He'd be Oh, I think he's back on, was it Monday? No, he should be back now. I thought he was back yesterday. He'd be all over this one, I think. This is actually shortable at IB. Did you say you'd be off today? Okay. This would be a William classic, though, I'm sure. Look at that topping tail. Then be putting the hammer on it and hammering it down. All right, well, I'm kind of keeping my eye on this graph to see where I might want to pick it back up. Here's the low of the day, 1726. I'm just trying to, well, I mean, I traded it yesterday. I mean, I had it the day before and I traded it. I'm just trying to take advantage of one of these SPACs that might do a crazy move, that's all. You know, and it's in the EV market as I found out yesterday, so it's not that I love it, it's just that I'm intrigued by maybe getting one of these that might have, the insane run. Yeah, I know. I mean, I got all the way up to almost 25 yesterday. Yeah, in my opinion, it's not a chart play at all. It's all speculation. Everybody's looking for the next VTIQ. You know, I mean, Shill was pretty darn good for a while. You know, it is subsequently pulled back quite a bit, but you know what is sneaking up here? Wow, the volume's coming into Mogu. I don't know where the first alert would have been. Wow, look at this though. I mean, even late, when I did a reboot, 330 on the price, 370 now to pay more attention. Okay, so Mike, welcome to the room. I just went over that with somebody else, so I'll do it. I'll do it with you also. Now, whether this will help you trade options or not, I don't know, but I'll show you what option filters we do have. Look at Mogu. This has got a ton of room too, guys. Like a ton of room. This could be a multi-dayer. I mean, it's already had a tremendous 2 days. I don't know what they do. So China fashion, all right. Why not? So Mike, can you hear me and can you see my screen? Okay, so no, I'm talking to Mike. Mike A. I want to make before I go into my little spiel. Wow, what an alert. I mean, this would have been even earlier than this. I don't know what time. So Mike A, I'm waiting for an answer. If you can hear me and see my screen. No. You cannot trade your live account and run the simulator at the same time. No. Okay, good. All right, so here are the option filters that we have. And, whoops. Okay, so some obvious one. The put call ratio. Options volume today is the average over the last 10-day number of contracts. Option volume, and then options volume today, obviously today. Put volume and call volume. This is the metric that may or may not help you. Option volume today percent. So let's just say I put 200% in here, double. So if a stock has traded on average over the last 10 days, say 2,000 contracts, for you to see that stock today, it will have had to trade 4,000 contracts. In other words, 200% or double. So it is helping you find stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Whether that helps you trade the actual options themselves, I don't know. I don't trade options. But at least it'll show you stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Okay? Boy, I know. Wow, what a nice move. So now there's a key area. 3 days ago, the high was 24.27 and is now above that. This could get really interesting. This is really trying to come back now a lot. All right, RNWK now. Next, as I call it, on the hit parade, Real Networks. I can't believe they're still around. They must have changed their model. I mean, you guys remember Real Player way back? So, I mean, this may stall right around 2. That's the issue with RNWK. Another fairly low float, 24 million in the float. Remember Vive at the beginning? I was sort of dismissing my bias against the sub $1 stocks, thinking, okay, maybe this one, like the UMRX yesterday, but nope. That's exactly typically what happens with these sub $1. Didn't do anything. One moment, please. All right, guys, I'll be back in about a couple of minutes, okay? I just have something I got to do. A couple of minutes. Let me just put that. I'll put 5 minutes just in case. All right, so we'll see you in about 5 minutes. Ooh, sorry about that. I forgot to turn the sound off. Sorry, Jim. Sound is back now. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to disappear in about 9 minutes. Marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. I'll be here post-wise. I can answer questions text-wise, but just will be mute for a while. I was just so for those of you in the YouTube room, I was just saying that what the ideal thing later on in the day. I'm just using this as an Magata, whatever you're called, MGTA. Magenta, sorry, Magenta. Magenta. Keep an eye on this one, guys. It is now at the high again of the day. Let's see if it. Only issue is that it's it was not a volume pop, and it's been kind of choppy. Would much rather had it been a little more stable, and then a pop on volume right through this area. That would have me a lot more interested in it. I mean, listen, it still may move. I mean, this is a 2-bar pullback, but you'd like to see some volume. Goods! Welcome, Goods. Yeah, look at HEPA. Look at the volume that's coming in, guys. I mean, HEPA's probably still has some value in it. Look at, I don't mean value as a company. No idea. Value as a trade. Look at the volume that's coming in. One moment, please. Okay, I am. Yeah, Mogu's sort of interesting now. I mean, it's now dipped down below 4. Can it hold and then pop from here? So the market's basically flattening out here. Look at the SPY kind of flattening out right now in the 15-minute chart. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about an hour and a half or so in a fairly narrow range. So another, I mean, this is, I'm sure this was earlier, but I'm from my watch list, 330 on the Mogu alert. Boy, I hit almost $1 above it. I'm sure this was earlier though. The reason, again, I keep saying that because I had to reboot Trade Ideas. So it started when I rebooted. It was 11:39, and I bet any money that Mogu was earlier. Interesting. We don't have a short float percent for NIO. I don't know why, but again, I'm hoping, fingers crossed, all the time that we finally get a new data provider. I thought it was going to happen July 1st, but I guess not. 15%, okay. Well, again, this is the area I think probably a lot of resistance will happen right underneath 15 or so. I suppose that maybe CZZ, CZZ, maybe turning into a bounce-worthy candidate, maybe. Looks like it's trying to hold 17 a little bit, probably a little resistance, so right around 1733. But if it can get through that, it might have a little bit of a run in it. Remember, it was a great trade yesterday, or it had a great day yesterday. It is just sort of a pullback day, so maybe for all the reasons it went up yesterday, it can start to bounce a little bit. Probably needs the market to help, but we want to keep an eye on CZZ. Kills me to say Z. All right, guys, so this marketing meeting probably is going to start. So I'm going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, kind of watching the MGTA still. I want to see if it can take out this. I like the way it's kind of basing now, guys. This could turn into a nice little play. I like the way it's basing just underneath that high. All I'm looking for is some volume to pop it right through. Okay, so first of all, are you a subscriber, Concharla, to Trade Ideas? Are you a subscriber? Yep, definitely. If you right click, search, and search on volume as an example, search on volume, and just what you said, volume. Now, are you talking about a percent or the actual number of shares, Francesca or Francesco? Sorry. Sorry. Are you talking about the actual number of shares? Okay, well, this might be what you're looking for. This is a volume 1 minute. Yeah, okay. So the volume 1 minute in percent and volume, we have 1 minute, 5 minute, 10 minute. So for instance, if you added that filter and you put like 1,000 or something in here, all right, that means that compared to the previous 1 minute, 1 minute volumes, this is 1,000 times, okay, or 1,000%. So yes, and you can just kind of experiment a bit. I mean, in my momentum up and down, I use those two filters. For instance, in these two right there in the scans, momentum up and down, you'll see I've got a volume 1 and 5. I think on the 1 it's something like 1,500, and on the 5 it's 500%. So I mean, you can really zero in on big volume spikes. Yes. Though I'm finding that this is really zeroing in on big volume spikes too. MACD under the chart. I do not think so. We don't have MACD at all. Yeah. This is not a full-blown, so Adam, yeah, we don't, this is not a full-blown charting package. What you see here in terms of indicators, that's what we have. We don't even have MACD. Okay. MGTA, guys, is getting, I see, it actually dropped a bit. I was just looking at the chart just a second before it was up to 927, just kind of waiting. And there is volume, unfortunately, it's not, it's a volume going the wrong way. I mean, it's not it's a volume coming in, but it's not popping the stock. It's, excuse me, some selling coming in. True. Well, we're getting into could be, first of all, a couple of things. There's a 200-day moving average, 336, not that far away from true. And we're getting into that area, that whole number, 3. There's a high right there of 313. There's a high right there of 312. There's a high 322. So it might be tough to get through 3. I don't know. Also, though, you've got that 200-day moving average, which could easily stall it for a while. It's a very choppy looking weekly chart. Just give me a moment, please. A moment, please. I'm just trying to answer or figure out an answer to a guy. You too, Thomas. Okay, what am wow? Look at Angie, big drop for Angie. So the MGTA doesn't look promising right now. Anyway, Mogu, it looks like there's a 3 bar pullback. I know Real likes that 3 bar pullback. 396 would have been maybe the trigger for Mogu. Could be on its way again. MOGU. Just kind of waiting for anything to happen in these two windows, guys. That's all I'm really waiting for right now. Time is at 2:36, so this was my big hope. But listen, it may still come back. I mean, if it comes back up to this area here, bases again, and then we get this sort of volume, but pops it through that high. I mean, it's got room. I mean, look at the room it's got on the monthly chart. Look at the room it's got on the weekly chart. Certainly on the daily chart. So, I mean, it's got some room if it wants to run. It's a relatively low float. Okay, now, Cancharla, you understand that Real does trade, all right, on his own. He's out of the goodness of his heart trying to, give you some information, but that's not his job in this room. It's really nobody's job. I mean, I can sort of show you how to use trade ideas and all, but to try to just, in 2 minutes tell you what to look for and how to trade is an impossibility. Not trying to be mean or anything, but that's just the reality of it. All right, so MTBC 1150. Volume is coming in. What sort of, wow, this is an all-time high too. MTBC, what do they do? And where are they out of? Okay, US company. And there goes MOGU, yes. Look at the volume that came in, guys. Look at the volume. Look at that 3-bar pullback. Real loves those 3-bar pullbacks. I was just mentioning this, and then the trigger. And this still has room. I mean, look at the room this Mogu has. Oh, again, that's right. Online fashion in China. Wow. Yeah, there is a excuse me, a 3-bar pullback on the 15 for so if you follow those sort of patterns, the trigger would be about 24.16. So I mean, you're talking about 30 cents away. Yeah, I'll stick an alert here. I'll stick an alert at the high of that last. What we're talking about here now, it's pretty broad though. I mean, there's a 3-bar pullback for INO, and there is the high of that third candle. I suppose if it took that out, it could sort of run again. There is no query. Well, I suppose there is to a certain extent. This is just eyeballing it on a chart, Macarand, okay? I mean, we do have 3 consecutive bars down, things like that. I don't have a specific, but we do have a consecutive, excuse me. But it's more than that, okay? But consecutive as an example, 15-minute candles. I mean, if you literally put -3, I think I'm doing it right. I haven't used this for so long. Yeah, so I mean, if you want a stock that was down exactly 3 candles in a row, depending, and you pick your time frame. Type in consecutive candles. This is the 15, and you would put -3 in the min and -3 in the max. That'll give you exactly 3 candles down, and you can pick whatever time frame you want as an example. So, for instance, you could do things like with the INO. I mean, obviously, INO is it's up a lot, 13%. So you could make sure the stock is up a lot, but it's pulling back on 3 bars, and then just see what happens. Decent volume. It's something I don't use. I might even toy with that. I'm not a big pullback player, but I mean, I suppose if I really wanted to be alerted to something like this. So you get the alert, and then you have to start watching it. Or you get the alert and you just put a price alert right at the top, right at the high, and then just go on to something else. And if it takes it out, it takes it out. In fact, let's do that. Let's just try, let's just for fun show you how easy this is to do. Wow, MOGU, my goodness. Are you a premium subscriber? You don't seem to be getting the AI alerts. Are you a premium subscriber? Number one. Well, you'd know. How much are you paying a month? Are you paying it a monthly? No, I'm talking to somebody in the other. Are you are you a monthly subscriber or an annual? Are you a monthly subscriber? Oh, well, okay. Well, just load it then from the toolbar. New. No, that's got nothing to do with the premium, okay? If you have the AI working, I thought you said you're not getting any alerts. So if you click on new from the toolbar and then click on AI/Holly strategy trades window, here's your AI. These are your AI alerts today. Nothing to do with Interactive Brokers. So if you can't load this window, then you're not a. Well, let me ask you this: if you're a monthly subscriber, are you paying 118 a month or 228 a month? Or do you know? Okay, you are a premium subscriber. Therefore, you should have this window up and running every single day. You do have this window up and running? So if you're saying you're not getting any new ones, that's just the way it is. Typically the alerts, well, you must have had yeah, you must have this checked on open or something like that. Just leave it unchecked so you can see them all day long. You must have had this checked. That's the only way you don't see them. Is there a more intrusive way? Okay. You can put a sound alert on it. Yeah. Well, yeah, you put a sound alert on it. Okay. Put a sound alert. Okay. So right click on the window, actions, check the play sounds, set up the sound. You can put text to voice for one of them. Remember now, the sound alerts you can put on all these alert windows. So the whole idea is you put a different sound alert on different windows so that you know when you hear a sound, you know exactly which window to look at. So yes, you can use text to speech on here, but and that if that's what you want to do, great. Or you can go use custom sound, select the sound, and these three folders, within each one of these folders, there are sound alerts. And so for instance, you can pick one, just click on it, highlight it, open it, play it. If you like it, you say okay a couple of times, and then it will attach, that sound alert will be attached to the window. Also, when you do get an alert, it will flash at you actually, okay? It will actually flash at you. So if you really want to see it, what you can do, in fact, I should do this more. Should use it like the price alerts. No, but I want to see these. You can minimize it. I want to see them all day long. That's why I don't do it. So anyway, yeah, you'll hear it and it'll flash at you. Hey, no problem. I don't understand. Sing. My New York views on AI hit. I just got it and bought. Not sure I understand. Yeah, it'll work on AWS. I think. Yeah. I haven't had my AWS for a while. I'm pretty sure it must work on AWS. You're running AWS because you have a Mac, right? Well, I can definitely say this was a successful alert. MOGU at 362 from here and also 330 from here. Well, the AI had a great day. I mean, you're not going to get too many better days than this. I mean, look. I mean, four of them up, 8 to 16%. One got stopped out. The other one, kind of nothing. But man, oh man, and they were a lot higher. I mean, HEPA was up here. So this has been a great day for the AI. No, are you talking about? No, it's basically just seeing it right on the chart. Okay, I'm not looking for anything specific. I mean, I let my eyes do the work. I mean, I can obviously see right there. There's a big volume bar, right? So we had another one. I mean, right now the volume's not bad, but it is nothing extraordinary when you compare it to the previous ones. But if all of a sudden we had, I'm just using HEPA as an example. If we had a volume bar like that here, more than likely that would pop this. That would pop the price. So it's not. It's more eyeballing things. Like the MGTA. I mean, there's no. I mean, this would have been good, except that it was selling volume. It wasn't. It wasn't buying volume. Obviously, that would have been great had that popped up through here. It just didn't do that. My goodness, MOGU just on a. Gonna keep. I keep looking at this online fashion in China. Yeah, the blue would mean buying volume, or yeah, buying volume. The orange, this is this way I've color coordinated it. Okay, you can do color any way you want. The orange is selling, but you can just see because it was a green, a red candle. So meanwhile, what did we just say about Nio? Oh no, it was Ino. Sorry, it was Ino. I'm getting them mixed up. Did Ino have the pop? No. There was that 3 bar pullback. It didn't quite pop over it. Not quite. Nio had the pop, not the Ino, yeah. So we've got Mogu, China Fashion, and we got Nio, China Cars. I'm just waiting for another one to come in here. So even though you would have thought this alert was really late at 362, I mean, look at the move. Now it did pull back. It did pull back a little bit, but I mean, look at the move. So guys, I typically shut down at 3 o'clock. So I'm going to put the announcement in here. I'll stay later if there are any questions, but other than that, oh, you're very welcome. You know, as I leave the room though, guys, keep an eye on this MJTA. I mean, really, keep an eye on it. It hasn't dropped that much. You know, I mean, the alert's at around 920 odd, but remember, on volume, okay? You want to see some volume pushing it through. HEPA, let's see if HEPA's got anything left in the tank here. Well, you see where HEPA got. HEPA got all the way up to that high there on that weekly chart, 465, 475. So that might be the stalling point for it. I mean, you know, if you get it right there and it move there, fine. But I don't see it yet. I mean, it's... I'm sorry, saying, is that a question? Not sure. PLZ, is that a question or is that please? Oh, I answered. Okay. I answered. Okay. Boy, I'm not sure I've ever seen this one before. I mean, I know I saw it yesterday. I remember that break yesterday. I thought, okay, how much further can it go? Look at this move here. Look at this candle. Daily chart. Wow. That it is Fred. I'm still holding out for the MGTA though, just to see. Doesn't have quite the volume though. That I bet you Mogu is way up there. Let's see. Yeah, 5.7 million, 89 times normal. I mean, this stock does not trade very much. I mean, it had the big day yesterday, but you know, previous days. Now, again, this is sort of exponentially looking at it, but you know, really nothing shaking. I don't even know. I wonder if there was some actual news. I don't see any specific news for it. I'm just looking. Other than the fact that it's China, but I don't see any specific news for it. I just can't chase it. Watch it tomorrow, though. I mean, tomorrow, I mean, it still has room. I mean, look at all the room it has. I want to talk about room. Look at all this area right up here until it, I mean, this is the absolute resistance 20. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but I mean, look at all the room. It can still move. And look at this monthly volume. I mean, we're only 7 days into the month. I'm not sure if this was an IPO back here, one of the China IPOs back in 2018. I'm not sure, or a symbol name change. Whatever it is an absolute rocket ship. All right, guys. If it's okay, there are a couple things I want to do. So if it's okay, I think I'll just shut the room down now, and we'll pick this up tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Wow, look at the volume coming in, guys. Look at the volume on that. This is the biggest volume bar of the day for Mogu, both on the 5 and the 15. I mean, traders are just having a field day with this right now. All right, guys. Well, thanks a lot for all the help. And hopefully is this going to work tomorrow? Hopefully this, my Brokerage Plus window will work tomorrow. I can demonstrate a little more in paper trading, simulation trading, while we just watch in awe of Mogu. All right, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I hope everybody has a great evening. And I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Bye-bye.